attention to the video screens. Brothers, sisters, and guests, please welcome the chaplain of the IAFF, Grand Rabbi Y.A. Korf.
Good morning. I have to tell you, for me, it doesn't get much better than being in a hall full of firefighters. So let us pray. Eternal God, we gather today as members, leaders, and supporters of the International Association of Firefighters, grateful for the opportunity to serve, to lead, and to advocate. Lord, we ask your presence among us as we begin this conference and these efforts. Bless the men and women of the fire service and their families, those here today, those standing watch in our communities, and those who have made the ultimate sacrifice. Grant us the strength, the courage, and the clarity that they exemplify each day. Guide our discussions and decisions. May our words be respectful, our debates thoughtful, and our actions rooted in a shared commitment to protect those who protect others. Help us to speak with one voice for safety, fairness, dignity, and the resources our brothers and sisters need to perform their sacred duty. As we meet with lawmakers and leaders, give us wisdom to express the importance of our mission, perseverance to advance the causes of working people, and unity that reflects the very best of the fire service. May this conference strengthen our resolve, deepen our solidarity, and inspire us to continue the work of safeguarding our members and the communities we serve. Dear Lord, bless this gathering. Bless all who labor for the common good. May this be God's will, and let us say amen.
Please stand for the presentation of colors with the Washington, D.C. Fire Department Emerald Society Pipes and Drums and Montgomery County IAFF Local 1664 Honor Guard Team, led by Commander Paul Hefferon. And please remain standing for the United States National Anthem, led by vocalist Scott Forbes.
See by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Brothers and sisters, please turn your attention to the video screens. Brothers and sisters, please welcome the trustees and the executive board of the International Association of Firefighters. The Region 1 trustee, Scott Marks, representing Canada. The Region 2 trustee, Ron Glass, representing the Eastern United States, Puerto Rico, and the Caribbean Islands. And the Region 3 trustee, Tony Mejia, representing the Western United States, the Canal Zone, and the Commonwealth of Northern Mariana Islands. 1st District Vice President, James Slevin, representing New Jersey and New York. 2nd District Vice President, Mark Woolbright, representing Iowa, Kansas, Missouri, and Nebraska. 3rd District Vice President, Jay Colbert, representing Connecticut, Maine, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Rhode Island, and Vermont. 4th District Vice President, Andrew Pantelis, representing Delaware, the District of Columbia, Maryland, Pennsylvania, Virginia, and West Virginia. 5th District Vice President, Malin Mitchell, representing Minnesota, North Dakota, South Dakota, and Wisconsin. 6th District Vice President, J. Michael Carter, representing Alberta, British Columbia, the Northwest Territory, Saskatchewan, and Yukon. 7th District Vice President, Ricky J. Walsh, representing Alaska, Idaho, Montana, and Washington. 8th District Vice President, Mark Sanders, representing Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, Michigan, and Ohio. 9th District Vice President, Michael Frenier, representing Colorado, Nevada, Oregon, Utah, and Wyoming. 10th District Vice President, Stephen Gilman, representing Arizona, California, Hawaii, New Mexico, and the Commonwealth of Northern Mariana Islands. 11th District Vice President, Michael Glenn, representing Oklahoma, Texas, and the Canal Zone. 12th District Vice President, Walter J. Dix, representing Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Puerto Rico, and the Caribbean Islands. 13th District Vice President, Fred LeBlanc, representing Manitoba, Ontario, and the Territory of Nunavut. 14th District Vice President, Danny Todd, representing Alabama, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, and Tennessee. 15th District Vice President, Chris Ross, representing New Brunswick, Newfoundland, Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island, and Quebec. 16th District Vice President, James B. Johnson, representing all federal firefighters of the United States and Canada. General Secretary-Treasurer of the IAFF, Frank V. Lima, and the General President of the International Association of Firefighters, Edward A. Kelly. Brothers and sisters, your IAFF trustees and executive board. Please welcome to the stage President of IAFF Local 36, Washington, D.C., David Hoagland.
Brothers and sisters, welcome to Washington, D.C. Thank you to our own DCFD Emerald Society Pipes and Drums Band for that intro. It's an honor to stand here with firefighters and union leaders from across the country. Before we begin the legislative work ahead, I want to recognize the work we've already done together over the past year. Our international, our districts, our state and provincial associations, and every local represented here have fought and won battles that matter. I especially want to recognize our international leadership, General President Ed Kelly and General Secretary-Treasurer Frank Lima, for navigating a difficult political environment and delivering meaningful victories for firefighters across this country. That thanks also goes to our IAFF Government Affairs team for their outstanding work on our behalf. Please join me in giving them a round of applause. This past year, we secured one of our most significant victories in IAFF history, public safety officer benefits coverage for firefighter cancer line of duty deaths. This is monumental. For the first time, firefighter cancer deaths can be recognized under the PSOB program. We all know that cancer is now the leading cause of line of duty deaths for firefighters in America, and this victory finally recognizes that reality. It will protect firefighter families for generations, and it happened because firefighters across this country refused to let Washington ignore the cancer epidemic in our ranks. Victories like this happen when firefighters stand together, organized, disciplined, and relentless. Everyone in this room understands the reality of this job. We stretch tight budgets, we run apparatus long past their intended service life, we respond with fewer firefighters than the incident demands. And still, we show up. We show up when families are living through the worst day of their lives. We show up when disaster strikes our communities. We don't get to say not today or it's not in the budget. But when it comes to protecting our members, we refuse to settle for simply getting by. That's why we're here to lobby Congress and the administration this week, because the challenges facing the fire service are national in scope and national in consequence. And let's be honest, this is an election year. This is a time when lawmakers want to stand next to firefighters the most because our profession carries a level of trust. But let me be clear, firefighter support must be earned. Before we begin this week of advocacy, I want to welcome someone who's consistently stood with DC firefighters who's running to be the next delegate to the United States Congress for the District of Columbia. Brooke Pinto has been a longtime friend of Local 36 and a strong advocate for the fire service. She's expanded our presumptive cancer protections, pushed for the occupational health care firefighters deserve, and held management accountable when it comes to ensuring our members receive quality fire apparatus. She has pledged to join the Congressional Fire Caucus and continue fighting for the priorities that matter most to firefighters and paramedics across this country. And as we head towards what will be a change election in 2026, we want leaders in Congress who can work across the aisle and deliver real results. Brooke Pinto is that kind of leader. Brothers and sisters, please join me in welcoming a true friend of DC firefighters, Councilmember Brooke Pinto.
Well, good morning and welcome to Washington, D.C. It is great to have you. My name is Brooke Pinto, and as Dave Hoagland said, you're incredible president of our local 36 here in D.C., a huge friend and supporter of our firefighters, and so grateful to be with you here today. I have the privilege of representing Ward 2 on the D.C. Council, and I chair our Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety. And on behalf of the entire D.C. Council and all Washingtonians, I want to welcome you all to Washington. Washington is not just our political capital in this country. It is a capital filled with hardworking people working to support our families every day. It's a capital filled with people of all ages who work across industries. It's a capital of sports and entertainment, and that has a vibrant culture. And it's a capital filled with people who care deeply about one another. And I know if you've been watching the national news lately, we've gotten a lot of attention about certain aspects of our city that gives a certain impression. And I hope that while you're here, you get to see DC for what it really is, which is a thriving, dynamic, diverse city where we all look out for one another. A city where neighbors have one another's back, a city that is built on trust. And no one more than our incredible firefighters who protect everyone's safety and well-being in the District of Columbia knows that better than you. And so thank you all so much for what you do. Go ahead. And as first responders, you know a lot about trust and the importance of building trust. It is the first rule of public service that we can do nothing without the trust of the communities who we serve. And I learned this as a lawyer working at the DC Attorney General's office here in DC. It's something that I take seriously, bringing to my job every day as a council member and in my role chairing our Judiciary and Public Safety Committee. And in that role, I have the privilege of working very closely with our firefighters, learning from them about what it is that we can do to empower them more to do their jobs most effectively. And we know about public trust that it is very fragile. It can take years to build and only a few seconds to break. And here in our DC community, the trust that our firefighters have not only built, but sustained is unparalleled in our entire public safety ecosystem. And I want to congratulate them and Dave Hoagland's leadership for that effort. And I want to tell you a little bit about how we got here. We got there by the hard-working men and women of the Local 36 standing up to ensure that all of their members, the department, the city, had what it needs to be successful. They have successfully worked with the city to ensure that they have the tools and funding they need to succeed. Firefighters cannot do their jobs effectively if we're understaffed, undertrained, or working with outdated gear. That's why I've been proud to consistently expand funding for our department so they have the equipment that they need to keep themselves and the entire city safe. We work together to ensure that our first responders are protected both on the job and after it. Remember one of my first years on the job meeting with a fireman named Ed who shared about an illness that he had contracted on the job and the medical care that he needed to recover afterwards. And that's when I knew we had to do more to protect our people who were working every single day to protect our city. Occupational illness protections matter enormously. When a firefighter develops cancer or a respiratory condition from years of exposure to toxic smoke or hazardous materials, we have a responsibility to stand by them and to stand by you. I am proud that we've passed the presumptive illness eligibility expansion here in DC to ensure that these medical costs are covered. That's why we're also guaranteeing strong workers' compensation coverage, expanding the presumptive illness legislation, and making real investments in our behavioral health services for those carrying the psychological weight of this work and ensuring that they get the care that they need. Recruitment and retention here in DC, and I know at departments across the country, are still important and pressing challenges. DC has faced real challenges keeping our experienced firefighters in the department, which we know can always affect response times and public safety across every neighborhood. We have to have more competitive and increased pay, meaningful benefits, and a workplace culture that values the people doing this work. These benefits are not luxuries, they are fundamental to our public safety. They are requirements, and I think the bare minimum to provide for the people who fight to protect all of us across the city and country every single day. And as important as it is for our state and local governments to do their parts, we need strong partners in Congress and at the federal level to provide the funding, the resources, and the comprehensive protections for our firefighters. And that is the work I pledge to continue as DC's next member of Congress. I will always be your partner and your champion. And here's what I know. The work that you do every day is not just about putting out fires, although that's extremely important. It's about showing up for people on the worst days of their lives, when everything is on the line, and giving them a reason to believe that someone else is in their corner. And that is the trust that cannot be bought. That is the trust that is built in a community. Washington, D.C. has been through a lot, but we are a city on the rise, and we're a city of the future, in no small part to the incredible courage, sacrifice, and commitment of our firefighters. So I want to thank you sincerely for what you do and for having everyone's back. DC will always have your back, and so will I. Thank you all. Enjoy your conference.
Brothers, sisters, and guests, the General President of the International Association of Firefighters, Edward A. Kelly.
Thank you. Billy Carey was a friend of mine, and he passed away on February 15th, 2026. A funeral mass was held at Holy Name Church in the West Roxbury neighborhood of Boston on February 20th. Billy left behind his wife, Jill, who works as a nurse, and their 3 children. Gavin, who's a freshman at St. Anselm's College, Molly, a senior in high school, waiting on her college acceptance letters, and Connor, a sophomore at Catholic Memorial High School. Billy's story is a Boston story, a local 718 story. He was the son, the nephew, and the cousin of Boston firefighters. And like a lot in his family, he went on to become a Boston firefighter. Billy did 10 years on Boston EMS and then achieved his lifelong dream, following in his father's footsteps when he got appointed to the BFD and went to a busy truck, Ladder 4 in Roxbury. He got some time on the job, built up some seniority, and transferred to Rescue 1. Then, to get just a little busier, he moved over to Rescue 2. Billy earned numerous citations on the job for bravery and excellence. Right out of Central Casting in Boston, Billy was also the founding member of a well-known Boston Irish band called the Finian Sons, where for 30 years they performed at charitable events all over New England. This past October, after beating both brain and stomach cancer, Billy's doctors found cancer in his lungs. And important to him, he was told he'd be lucky if he made it to St. Patrick's Day. He died just a month shy of it. When he died a little over 3 weeks ago, he did so with a little bit of solace, knowing that Jill and his 3 children would now be eligible for the Public Safety Officer Benefit Program. Billy's father, Tommy, who died of occupational cancer in 2014, his family, his wife, didn't get it. But because of this union, Billy's wife and kids will. Right on. The Honoring Our Fallen Heroes Act, signed into law this past December by President Trump, changed that. The IAFF changed that. I know we all know this, but if you ask yourselves why lobbying and politics matter, why we do what we do on Capitol Hill or at the White House, at state houses and city halls all across the country, think of the Careys and thousands of IAFF families, present and future, just like them. Our loyalty is not to a political party. Our loyalty is to the firefighters that sent us here. And when we approach Congress that way, focused on results, we deliver for our members and their families. The Honor Act is proof of that. But that's not the only example. For decades, firefighters worked second jobs and paid into the Social Security system and were penalized when they retired. This union refused to accept that. Washington said it would be impossible to fix. They said it couldn't be done. But together, we got it done. The IAFF, along with many others, worked on both sides of the aisle to pass the Social Security Fairness Act, restoring dignity in retirement for firefighters and other public servants. And when Congress passed its appropriations bill this January, the IAFF protected long-term funding for the 9/11 World Trade Center Health Program, ensuring those who responded on one of our nation's darkest days to continue to receive the care they need. Victories that were decades in the making were delivered in a single year. But make no mistake, those wins don't happen unless firefighters show up and make their voices heard. And that's exactly why we're here at Washington this week, because the work we have to do continues. When you meet with your members of Congress and their staffs, you'll be speaking directly with the people responsible for decisions that affect your safety, our families, and the communities we took an oath to protect. Your stories help them understand the risks we take and the dangers we face as firefighters. Cancer remains the leading cause of line-of-duty deaths in the fire service. Firefighters are nearly 15% more likely to die from cancer than the general public. The PFAS Alternative Act will fund firefighter-led research to develop the next generation gear that protects us without exposing us to toxic chemicals. Cancer isn't the only challenge that we face as firefighters. Wildfires are a growing threat across the country. Fire departments are responding to wildfires without consistent training or coordination to operate safely. The Wildfire Emergency Preparedness Act will establish national wildfire training and improve coordination between local, state, and federal responders. No firefighter should face retaliation for speaking up about safety. Yet throughout the United States, firefighters have been fired from their jobs simply for speaking up about insufficient staffing, faulty equipment, or other safety risks. The Public Safety Officer Free Speech Act will protect firefighters who raise those concerns while off duty. And we will continue fighting to guarantee firefighters have a voice in decisions that affect our safety and our working conditions. The Public Safety Employer-Employee Cooperation Act will establish nationwide collective bargaining rights for firefighters, ensuring firefighters in every state have a seat at the table. Our brothers and sisters that are federal firefighters are facing challenges of their own. Many are forced to work a 72-hour work week, nearly twice the average American work week. The Federal Firefighters Family First Act fixes that and ensures that federal firefighters receive full credit for the hours they work when their pensions are calculated. When you go to Capitol Hill, remember, these are some of the fights that brought us here. We don't represent a political party or a political agenda. We represent firefighters, the very crews that are in the station right now, making runs, protecting the public. Those retirees that served for decades on the job that we also protect, that might stop by for a cup of coffee at the firehouse. And we're also here for the generations of IAFF members who will benefit from the work we do this week long after this week is over. That's who this union fights for. That's the mission. That's the work that this IAFF is built to deliver. Let's go deliver it. Be you, be strong, be firefighters. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Our first speaker today is one of our own, someone who spent decades as an IAFF member and leader, fighting for our members and helping build the strength of our union. Over the course of his career, Bob Brooks has held nearly every position on the truck in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, and every post in his union. Bob is a proud member of the Bethlehem Firefighters Local 735 and is president of the Professional Firefighters of Pennsylvania, representing nearly 9,000 IAFF members across the Commonwealth. In that role, Bob has led the fight for stronger staffing, access to good health care, fair pay, and workers' compensation protections for firefighters and emergency medical workers. Bob knows that one of the best ways to advance firefighters' issues is send a firefighter to Washington. That's why he's running to represent the 7th Congressional District of Pennsylvania, bringing the voice of firefighters and working families directly to the United States Congress. Bob is proud to have the IAFF in his corner, along with strong support from labor leaders across the labor movement and elected officials like Governor Josh Shapiro, who will join us later today. Please help welcome our brother, Bobby Brooks. Bobby, come on up.
Thank you. Well, I got to tell you, I don't know how to use these. I only brought my papers up here because Mullins printed them out in larger font for me. And I feel bad if I left them in the back. But Scotty Mullins, one of my good friends, and he said, let's do this, man, and let me make this bigger for you. This is very humbling to stand up here because I'm used to sitting out there. And I'm not gonna lie, I can't see any of you. These lights are bright, man. These lights are bright. But to follow Edzo, I got to tell you, the other day, we had Pete Buttigieg, who's one of our endorsers for this thing, came into town, and we did an event, and I said, man, how am I going to follow Pete Buttigieg? And I did, and I don't sound half as good, and then I got to come down here and follow Edzo Kelly, right? It's like, man, these guys are making it harder and harder every day, but that's what's getting us ready. That's what's getting us ready. So a quick touch base with you all. If those that know me, you know me well. And we talk often. And I appreciate those relationships because everything that has led to this point, to me standing on this stage, to me running for Congress in one of the most heavily contested districts in the country, is because of my union, because of our union, because of the International Association of Firefighters, the Pennsylvania Professional Fire Association, and the Bethlehem Firefighters Local 735. So my name is Bob Brooks, and for some reason they decided the firefighter union leader was the best person to take the seat back and to make it ours, and to put a firefighter in Congress, and to give us an opportunity to put somebody who's crawled down the hallway, who carried our membership card for 20 plus years, into the halls of Congress. I'm prepared to crawl down those hallways. I'm prepared to take our message. And it's not a message from somebody. It's a message from somebody who's done it. So I was born and raised in North Adams, Massachusetts. And I told a joke the other day. I was at an event in Pittsburgh. And I said, Pennsylvania's so screwed up, you guys brought a mass hole down to run this show. And as I'm standing over here on the side, I looked at the IAFF and I went, holy crap, we did the same thing there. But in my time growing up in North Adams, I worked. Like, I've been working since I was 10 years old. So I was a paper boy. A lot of people in the room probably don't remember what a paper boy is anymore. I don't think they exist. But I was a prep cook. I worked in a school supply factory, and that school supply factory was a sweatshop and probably taught me the most about why I needed to be union. But when I was 18 years old, my house burned to the ground. I had nothing but the clothes on my back, and we rebounded. So here we are, 30 some odd years later, we're running for Congress. Like guys, there's a way out. My way out came from the union, 100%, no doubt about it. I got to Pennsylvania. My mom said, I'll let you graduate high school, and then I'm leaving. I'm headed to Pennsylvania. And my grandparents have been here since the 70s. My grandfather was a Teamster truck driver in Nazareth, and that kind of set the tone for me. I got there, and I started working immediately. And we started putting in the work. I did some bartending, some truck driver, was a Teamster myself before I got this amazing opportunity to become a professional firefighter for the Bethlehem Firefighters. And I walked into that. And when I walked into that job, I was there for about 3 weeks, and they went, hey, kid, you're going to be the shift vice president. I said, shift vice president? Why am I going to be the shift vice president? And they said, because you're coming from the service industry, and we know you can run the clam bake. And that's what started the trek. I've been attending these events ever since, but one of my most precious events was in San Diego, California at convention. And I took a break from convention, and I went to the bar, and I was sitting in the Fox Sports Bar, I think it was called. And I was sitting there by myself because the Red Sox were on TV. And I was watching the Red Sox game, and there was another group over in the corner. And this guy, by the name of Bob McCarthy, he said to this other guy, young kid that was in the game, named Ed Kelly, who's that guy over there? And he said, I don't know. He said, well, he's rooting for the Red Sox. He should be over here with us. So Eddie came over and got me, brought me over to the table, and I sat there with the guys that were running Massachusetts, and I learned a whole lot that day, just paying attention. Another guy that got me was a guy from out in the Pittsburgh way. Joe wore his suits wherever he could go, and one time we were running convention in Harrisburg for the PPFFA, and Joe said, come here, kid, sit down. I'm going to teach you some shit. And I listened to him for about 2 hours. Mind you, it was 3 o'clock in the morning. He was smoking in a room he shouldn't have been smoking in. And I just sat and listened and listened and listened. And I had to get up at 6 o'clock to drive home to be back on shift at 7:45. But I was not passing up those opportunities to do that. So I'll move into, I was not envisioning running for office. I had no interest in doing this, quite honestly. As a Bethlehem firefighter, I retired in March of 2024. And my wife said, you got to find a part-time job. Not quite sure she had this in mind. I envisioned myself moving on from being a firefighter to working for the International. I've had many conversations with leaders down here, you know, from Eddie to Josh Smith to Frankie, you know, to Blue and all these guys. Like, there was going to be a spot, and I was going to come down here because this is what I love, and this is what I do. I have been putting out fires not only in houses and on the streets, but in Harrisburg and helping in D.C. as much as possible. When it comes to the union, it is what I do. It is what I live for. This pin on my shoulder, I got another one. Funny story, I'm doing my launch event. We're standing there, and I told everybody, this pin will never come off my lapel, ever. This pin, they can give me whatever pin they want, but this one will never come off. And my 3-year-old granddaughter said, Grandpa, I like that pin. And I said, shit. But I don't know if you guys know these facts, but only 2% of Congress is from the working class. 60% of America is from the working class. I'm part of that 60%. And I think we need to change some shit. We need to change some things and start putting working class people in place to make we need to make changes for us. And I keep getting told in some of these rooms that I meet in, you can't keep telling people like I am you and you look like them, because you don't look like them. But this room here, this is me. This is all I do. This is all I've done for 20-something years. Guys, I've not been in a great place my whole life. Again, my house burned down when I was youth. I've taken SNAP benefits. I lived in public housing. Like, I have lived the life that so many are living, and they're not being represented. And you're gonna learn this coalition that we're building behind this mission for us. It starts with the IAFF. That's where it started, because if I did not have that support, I don't have the support of my peers. But I know when I call every single one of you out there, and I know if I haven't called, other people have. I guess I should say I'm sorry now. But it'll continue until May 19th. It's huge. We have no idea the money in politics, and that's one of the things I'd like to address when we get there. The Citizen United was one of the worst decisions in the history. Billionaires and corporations are buying our politics. I will be beholden to nobody except you. I won't even make no bones about it. I had a tracker the other day chasing me down the street, and he asked me how I was going to be tough on unions, and it was very hard not to laugh in this guy's face. It's what we need more. We need to build the strength back. We got to stop having politicians that show up at Labor Day picnics, and they don't show up in Washington or your state capital. They show up when they want a picture. We need to put some teeth back in this shit. We need to get people in there that are willing to fight and willing to battle for this. So the coalition that we're building starts with a gentleman we're going to see later. That's Governor Josh Shapiro. Josh Shapiro has been behind me 100% since day one. Congressman Chris DeLuzio was really a big factor in helping me decide to do this. But we have Bernie Sanders. And we all know him and Josh don't get along in everything. But what these people all that we've been building this around care about and know about is we need change. And change comes in the vision that you're looking at. They came to the firefighter, the union leader, and said, we need enough change. This is our guy. We're going to do this for one of the top 3 congressional seats in this country. That being said, the amount of money that I just talked about that it takes to do this is absurd, and we are digging hard You're going to see things here. I know my people are going to be all over. I have Allentown President, Local 302, Jeremy Warmkessel. He's in this crowd, and again, I can't see him. But this guy is one of my best friends, and he has been beside me since I called him and told him I was doing this, and he said, I think you're an asshole, but I'll stand beside you the whole way. He's going to be pushing you guys, because I can tell you, if everybody in this room gave $100 to this thing that we're doing, that's $60K. Think about that. I'm not asking you to break the bank. I'm asking you to support one of your own. I'm asking you to put me in Congress, give me the opportunity to fight our fight, and put us where we need to be. Guys, I've been traveling. We've been doing some stuff. I went from Philly the other night out to Pittsburgh. The Pittsburgh guys took care of me. We come down to D.C. where Dave just spoke, and he's been pushing. Like, the 4th District's been unreal, but outside of that, I get to every one of these presidents. The states and provincials things is one of the best group I've ever been involved with, and it's killing me that I cannot go to British Columbia. But at the end of the day, I see what's there. I see what we need to do and how we need to act. With that being said, another endorser, Lieutenant Governor Austin Davis, said to me, Brooksy, when you get done speaking, nobody's ever going to say, I wish that politician spoke longer. I do know that Aaron told me, we got time. We got time. But guys, I thank you for having me up here. This is a very humbling experience to look out over this crowd. As you're up here longer, the lights get worse. You can start seeing people. I appreciate the opportunity. I appreciate all your help. If you have helped us, I'm going to ask you again. If you haven't helped us, I'm going to ask you to start. Guys, this is for us. This isn't a Bob Brooks thing. Not something I really wanted to do. But now we're in, and we're going. And we're going to win this goddamn thing. And we're going to be sitting in the halls of Congress. Thank you very much. Those of you that don't know, I'm a crier, so I'm going to get the hell out of here before that happens. And I appreciate everything. I appreciate your time, and I love you all. Thanks you.
Brothers and sisters, please turn your attention to the video screens.
Whatever you're doing, try to be the best you can be. Take advantage every day. Make each day your masterpiece.
My dad lived by that. He absolutely loved John Wooden. As a father and firefighter, Mike Piter always tried to be his best, and he encouraged others to do the same. My dad joined the St. Paul Fire Department and International Association of Firefighters Local 21 because service mattered to him. He was proud of the work, and he believed in doing it well. But what I didn't understand then, and what many families don't fully understand, are the toxic dangers firefighters are exposed to over time. In 2020, my dad was diagnosed with acute myeloid leukemia. He died 6 months later. Over the last few years, scientific research has made clear that repeated exposure to chemicals and toxins on the job significantly increases a firefighter's risk of certain cancers. But for too long, this truth wasn't reflected in federal policy. Occupational cancer, the leading cause of line-of-duty deaths in the fire service, was not recognized under the Public Safety Officers Benefits Program. For 50 years, since the PSOB program was created in 1976, cancer has been excluded. Families like mine, whose firefighter died from job-related cancer, were denied federal death and educational benefits, even when the connection to the job was clear. The IAFF refused to accept that. Year after year, the union kept this issue in front of Congress, at legislative conferences, and in Capitol Hill meetings where lawmakers heard directly from firefighters and survivors. Families showed up. We told our stories, backed by a union that wouldn't let them be ignored. and IAFF leaders made it clear this issue was a priority, not just for one local or one family, but for every member. The IAFF built bipartisan support for the Honoring Our Fallen Heroes Act, legislation introduced in honor of my dad in the House and Senate, and secured White House support to see it signed into law. At that point, it wasn't a question of if, but when. By attaching it to the National Defense Authorization Act, the Honor Act became law in December, finally recognizing cancer as a federal line of duty death. My dad was always proud to be an IAFF member, and I know why. This win shows what the IAFF can accomplish for firefighters and their families. The Honor Act doesn't change what happens to my dad, but it changes what happens next. It means families don't have to carry an extra burden after everything they have lost. And it means my dad's service continues through a law that serves others. That's the legacy he would have wanted.
Video. Take a seat, everybody. So we thought we'd do a panel that kind of gets into the PSOB expansion for cancer, which probably is the most impactful piece of legislation the IAFF's ever done when you think about the scope, the amount of families that this is going to impact, the actual benefit itself. It's a very, it's a good benefit. One none of us want, right? But it's a great benefit. And it was something that, for us, was always kind of pie in the sky. So with us today to kind of explain how we got here is Adam Elson, who was the right-hand person for Senator Amy Klobuchar, who sponsored the legislation. We're going to hear from Senator Klobuchar in a little while. Adam was in the sausage making of the entire process. We also have Scott Vadnice, president of the Minnesota State Association, who's going to give us some lens on how the energy kind of came to fruition out of this. We also have our Director of Legislative Affairs, Evan Davis, who was the guy behind the scenes shepherding this all throughout the halls of Congress. And Kevin O'Connor, who's for pushing 30 years has been the top lobbyist for the IAFF on Capitol Hill, and prior to that was president of the Maryland Professional Firefighters and the Baltimore County Firefighters. So all in, he's probably close to about 40 years of lobbying for IAFF issues on Capitol Hill. So we'll get started. We'll start with Kevin, who has that kind of historical perspective of the PSOB benefit itself and what a big hill it was to climb to get to where we are. So Kevin, give us a little history.
Thanks, GP. First, it's already been said, this was one of the greatest victories in the history of the IAFF. But it's important to understand it's a bit of an evolution. We're celebrating our 50th year of the passage of PSOB, which was done in 1976. And when it was first done, it was only for traumatic type injuries. It was a $50,000 benefit that was provided for smoke inhalation, burns, vehicular accidents, et cetera. Even then, we understood that occupational disease was a problem, but everything in Washington is the art of the possible. So under the leadership of another Mass guy, Marty Pierce, we were able to pass this legislation with the limitations that it had. Prior to that, the IAFF started doing research on cancer and heart disease with our Redmond symposiums in the early 70s. We understood that occupational disease was going to take more lives ultimately than traumatic injuries. But frankly, we just didn't have the juice to be able to move it on the national level. So what happened originally was we started presumptions at the state level. And originally they were heart and lung presumptions. Well, about 25 years after the original passage of PSOB, in the year 2004, we passed what was called the Hometown Heroes Act. And what this did is this expanded PSOB to include heart attacks and strokes. And much like the cancer legislation, you know, it was a struggle. But the advantage we had back then is the country was still very respectful of our profession, because of 9/11. So it made it a little bit easier. We were also able to get legislation for our New York folks that took into account 9/11 type diseases. So we had a little bit of a boost on PSOB that we took it away from just the traumatic injuries. Fast forward, all of our research through our safety and health division, our medical division, et cetera, was really pointing to cancer. And I won't elaborate because you guys know it as much as I do, that cancer right now kills more firefighters. The statistics are there. You go to Colorado Springs, you see the names etched on the wall, mostly are cancer deaths. Nothing ever happens in DC unless there's a lot of hard work, a little bit of luck, and science. So much like the heart-lung presumption stuff, we started doing cancer on a state-by-state basis and throughout Canada as well. And we had a great deal of success. Well, you know, it's often been said that what happens in state capitals is a laboratory of democracy, and we decided to try to bring it to Washington, D.C. But again, we needed the science. So we got a hell of a boost when the World Health Organization listed the occupation of firefighting as a level 1 carcinogen. So we were up there with all the methylethyl chemicals that they say, you know, lead to cancer. Just their profession has been recognized for that. So that was a nice boost and a nice scientific fact that we were able to use. But we still actually had to pass legislation. The next building block in the program was getting federal presumption for our federal firefighters. We had it in the states, but we didn't have it for our federal firefighters. And that was a long-time goal of the 16th District. And under General President Kelly's leadership, we were able to pass that legislation 2 Congresses ago. What Congress did is they listed 20 cancers. And they said if federal firefighters got any of these cancers, it will be presumed to be in the line of duty. So using that as a building block, we started the legislation on our most recent victory, bringing PSOB to firefighters. We also had an intermediate step. I should have said you have to look at PSOB as an evolution. Also, 2 Congresses ago, we expanded it to include suicides under certain parameters. So this evolutionary process started 50 years ago. Started as a one-time benefit of $50,000. It's grown. Evan will talk about that. But nothing just happens. This has been something that we've aspired to for a very long time. And, you know, over a period of 5 decades, we've now finally brought it up to speed. So everybody, congratulations, because it's been a group effort for people past, present, and hopefully future will take it even further.
It really is a decades-long vision that came to a reality. But like with anything in trying to move legislation, there's plenty of good ideas floating around out there, but making it a law is a little heavier lift. And in this particular case, Kevin laid it out perfectly about the machinations of how we actually got to a place where we had that scientific argument. But you really need some emotion. You need energy. And to talk a little bit about what I would consider to be the catalyst of energy that we needed, I'd like to turn to Scotty, kind of give us an idea of how this all came about and where it grew out of Minnesota.
Perfect. Thanks, GP Kelly. In February of 2020, as the video said, Megan Piter's dad was diagnosed with cancer, occupational cancer. He died about 6 months later. And at the time, Local 21 President Mike Smith realized that there was really nothing to do for the family, and he started pushing it at the State House. And for the state of Minnesota, for the first time ever, occupational cancer was recognized as a state PSOB. The one and only to this day was Mike Piter. At that time, he talked with DVP Emeritus Tom Thornburg, and with the help of Julie, started reaching out to senators, and Senator Klobuchar heard about this and grabbed it. And through the perseverance of Local 21 and really Julie Piter, she took this on and fought and fought and fought for to get this passed and did the right stuff.
So Julie was really, you know, what I consider to be like the spark that got this rolling. You know, we have always had this as a vision, I think it's something that Kevin pointed out. There was a lot of more technical rationale between building up to a place where we had a credible argument. But it was Julie Potter that provided the spark that really lit what today is probably the, like we said, most impactful benefit that the IAFF's ever accomplished. But as we all know in this room, because you've all tried to pass an ordinance at the city council or legislation at your state house, or you've been across the street trying to lobby, the best laid plans aren't often get to their seated goal, right? But that's where Adam comes in. And when Senator Klobuchar took the reins of this issue, filed legislation, Adam became the workhorse to kind of push it through the Senate and make it a reality. So Adam, tell us a little bit about when you learned about this and what happened from there.
Yeah, sure. Thank you for the question. I learned about this through my boss, Senator Klobuchar. She heard Julie's story, and for those of you who haven't met Julie by now, she's a force of nature. She's absolutely incredible, and so getting the human side of the cancer issue, how it affects the fire service, putting a personal face to it really helped kind of, as you said, give the spark to get this whole thing going.
Yeah. So that went to the Judiciary Committee, or?
That's right, yeah.
So who are the decision makers on the Judiciary Committee that kind of we had to sell the idea and to get it moving?
Absolutely, that's a good question. Like any committee on Capitol Hill, you need to get through the chairman and the ranking member. So last year during the Biden admin, or I guess last Congress during the Biden admin, at the time the chair was Senator Durbin from Illinois, and the ranking member was Senator Grassley from Iowa. This year it's flipped, and so Senator Grassley is now the chairman, and when we were trying to get this passed into law, we really needed to get his support, and the IAFF was fantastic, and as you saw in the video, making the case, going to offices, putting a human story to why this is an important issue.
Yeah, it was a major effort, and there's a lot of, success has 1,000 fathers, right? There were a lot of people that were involved in this, and kudos to everybody, starting with all of our IAFF members that helped to push this with their members of Congress, their senators from their respective states, and all the other partners in the fire service that helped to push this along. It's unique to me in this day and age where there's such polarized politics in Washington, D.C., that when time came to we had the advent of trying to put this into the National Defense Authorization Act, which again triggered another committee to have oversight over it. And we had, the leadership on those committees help us as well, right?
But it helps that every senator, every member of Congress has a firehouse in their district. They care about these issues. Everybody knows when you call for help, the firefighters will show up. And, I think it's not a partisan issue. People want to help firefighters because firefighters help everybody else.
I know Senator Reid, who is ranking member on the Armed Services.
That's right.
Was very helpful in getting it into the NDAA.
Yeah.
And were there any other senators you think that we as the beneficiaries of their work, we should be thanking?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think first and foremost, Chairman Grassley of the Judiciary Committee and Ranking Member Durbin, they really helped spark this and keep this moving along. You alluded to Ranking Member Reid. He did, yeoman's work pulling this through, and then Leader Schumer and Leader Thune helping it get all the way through into final passage.
Yeah, very good. Uniquely in this polarizing environment, the actual motion had to be a standalone motion to put the Honoring Our Fallen Heroes Act into the National Defense Authorization Act as our vehicle to passage, actually passed in the U.S. Senate unanimously, which in this day and age, to have anything passed unanimously is pretty impressive.
And it speaks to the importance of firefighters. It speaks to the fact that everybody has a firehouse in their state and want to do good work by you.
Well, that speaks to the work that our members do every day and the oath we took. And when you think about a unanimous vote in the U.S. Senate, and that leads us to the House of Representatives, which presented its own challenges to us in trying to get this passed, that's where Evan Davis was our behind-the-scenes quarterback, handling every little stumbling block, obstacle, making sure that our friends stayed with us, and that those that may not have seen things the way we see it, we found a path through or around them. So Evan, why don't you give us a little history of how it took shape from the Senate over into the House and eventually to the President's desk.
Yeah, thank you so much, GP. You know, when we came out of the Senate on that unanimous vote, it really set us in a good place to march forward in the House. We had a lot of great friends on both sides of the aisle in the House of Representatives that certainly helped us get close to that finish line, but we did encounter some challenges. One of our biggest challenges that we had to overcome was the chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, which kind of sounds a little funky. The Judiciary Committee has jurisdiction over the PSW program because it's administered by the Department of Justice. But the chairman, a gentleman named Jim Jordan from Ohio, a real fiscal conservative, big budget hawk, had some skepticism with our bill. I think everyone here understands the intrinsic connections between firefighting and cancer. Certainly everyone here, I'm sure, has either lost a loved one or colleague or a friend to cancer or knows someone going through cancer. And so it's something that comes top of mind for us. And you know, there's lots of members of Congress who get it. We've got 2 IAFF members in Congress now. God willing, Bob will make it number 3 for us. But those champions can only get us so far. When the chairman has concerns about a bill, it's a huge hurdle. And so one of the first challenges we had to get past was Chairman Jordan's staff themselves. They know where the chairman stands. They know that even a good, righteous issue like this one, the dollars and cents at the end of the day is going to dictate where he lands on the issue. FirePack was incredibly helpful there. We had met with the staffer a number of times, and she was pretty dug in that this was not going to move forward unless we had an exact dollar-for-dollar pay for it to offset the cost to the government. FirePack, I hope everyone here in this room contributes and actively participates in FirePack, helped us get around that staffer. A lot of times you just have to jump over the staffer, go directly to the member, and so FirePack let us do that. We met with Chairman Jordan directly, and the General President did a phenomenal job making the case to Chairman Jordan about why, yes, in the larger scheme, certainly dollars and cents do matter in the federal budget, but there are some things we just have to spend our money on, whether it's the City Council, State House, Congress. Things like taking care of our first responders is one of those issues that shouldn't be a dollars and cents issue at the end of the day. And we made some headway with Chairman Jordan, but you know, frankly, we ran into some continued challenges from him, as well as the House Freedom Caucus. The Freedom Caucus, for those who don't know it too well, is a group of about 40 or so, likewise very conservative, very fiscally conscious members of Congress who shared some of those concerns. And Chairman Jordan had concerns about how he could take this bill back to the Freedom Caucus and not get shot down. And that's where we turned to the White House. President Trump and his legislative affairs team had strongly come out in support of our Honor Act, just as they did on the WEP GPO bill, and this one was no different. The President and his legislative affairs team sent the message clear to Chairman Jordan, to the members of the Freedom Caucus, to Speaker Johnson, Republicans on both sides of the Capitol building, that this is a priority that has to get done. That dollars and cents, we can fight over those, you know, till the cows come home, but this is something, taking care of first responders and their families, that just has to make it into that final product. And candidly, through the help of President Trump, through the help of the White House, we were able to get past Chairman Jordan's objections. We were able to placate the Freedom Caucus and have them realize that this is something that will just candidly put those dollars and cents concerns to the side and landed us in the National Defense Authorization Act. It was helpful. The chairman of the House Armed Services Committee, Congressman Mike Rogers from Alabama, his father, actually a federal firefighter as well, so he got it. Once we got past Chairman Jordan, you know, had a sympathetic ear with him, and certainly Speaker Johnson has a very personal connection to this union specifically. He's a huge champion of ours, and he helped us get through, and fortunately President Trump signed it into law almost immediately on December 18th. And so we're excited to now work with the Department of Justice. We've already met with them at a high level to talk about implementation, how do we roll this out, and we're looking forward to getting this moving forward.
So to be even more specific, you know, we had good support in the House. We had commitment from the Speaker that he was supportive of it. We ran into that stumbling block almost at the last minute, where all of a sudden we had to come up with a $250 million pay for, which previous to that we were told that it would not require a pay for because it was mandatory spending, which is kind of appropriation speak down here. But all of a sudden, with hours starting to click down, we're less than a week out from, I think, the bill being voted. We had to come up with $250 million. And then as we started kind of conjuring up ideas on where in the federal budget we might be able to sell reappropriating some money over, we realized that, well, actually has to come out of the judiciary's budget line. So that kind of narrowed us down very specifically. And it was actually the White House that actually found the $250 million through the
Asset forfeiture.
the asset forfeiture appropriation line. So we kind of rescued it in the last minute there.
Yeah, and those pay-fors are some of the hardest items to find. And you know, as much as we think there's, you know, slush funds here and there, there's interest groups everywhere throughout the United States. Every ox has someone trying to protect it from being gored, and it really was a work of art for the White House to find that fund, to earmark it for firefighters, for first responders, and make sure we got it across the finish line.
Evan, let's talk a little bit about the benefit itself, like the parameters that have been set on it and how our leadership should access it through us.
Sure. So the public safety officers' benefits, first and foremost, as the name implies, is reserved for public safety officers. So vast majority of everyone here in this room would qualify by the extent of working for a governmental fire department at the local, state, or federal level. Within the bill itself, once you meet that requirement of being a covered public safety officer, you have to demonstrate certain longevity on the job. And so the bill parameters for the cancer coverage is set for the diagnosis must come at least 5 years after beginning service as a firefighter. And then on the back end, you can be diagnosed up to 15 years after your retirement and still be considered eligible for the benefit. And so that's kind of box 2. Box 3 is having a covered form of cancer. And so the bill itself delineates about 20 forms of cancer that are covered very clearly, explicitly in the bill text. We've actually got a copy of the bill just outside in the exhibition area. Welcome to take a look at. Lists those forms of cancer. And we were able to include an additional item on that list as any cancer recognized by the World Trade Center Health Program would be cross-applied for even non-9/11 first responders. And so we're still working with the Department of Justice to define exactly what constitutes those World Trade Center health-connected cancers that will be cross-applied. We're optimistic it's a pretty broad spectrum of types of cancer. We're working on that one. And then bucket number 4 is the applicability date. And so the law itself took this cancer coverage backwards to deaths occurring since January 1 of 2020. So as long as, again, you meet those other criteria of being a covered public safety officer, 5 to 15 years on the job for diagnosis, covered form of cancer, if that death occurs after January 1 of 2020, the individual will be covered. And certainly prospectively moving forward, that same criteria will apply as well. We're certainly, as I mentioned, working with the Department of Justice now to fine-tune exactly all the application specifics, but encourage local leaders to think about the cases that you have in your locals who might qualify for that, and at least start gathering documents, diagnosis documents, death records, marriage records, so PSOB, when you do go to file the claim, you'll have a leg to stand on and start that process.
So at the local level, especially if you're in a local with some size to it, you're going to want to designate a person or a committee to start doing that homework. I can tell you, in the world that I come from, we have a 5-year look back for cancer post-retirement. So we wouldn't really even be tracking our members who are eligible for this benefit, their families would be eligible for this benefit, who are diagnosed past their 5th year post-retirement. So there's going to be a lot of homework to get done to look at the necrology of every local, who's died since January 1st, 2020, what did they die of, and probably even more tricky is when was their diagnosis? How far post-retirement were they diagnosed to see if they're eligible for the benefit? So there's a lot of homework that's got to get done at the local level. So my recommendation to you, if you're running a local, if you're a president, designate somebody as your PSOB coordinator for, hate to say it, your actives are pretty easy. It's going to be your retirees that's going to be a difficult chase. But we also have a time frame that these retroactive PSOB claims have to be filed by. And I believe is it January 28th?
3 years from the date of passage. So December 18, 2028 is when claims must be filed.
So December 18, 2028. And, we don't want to be talking to somebody at Christmas and realize that we missed them, or they weren't aware of this benefit. So there's some homework to be done. And if you're in a big local, that's committee work. That should be a stood-up committee that has to really chase that down and try to reach out to families, chase down paperwork in order to make the claims. We do have, we're going to have district PSOB coordinators for your IFF DVP. We'll assign somebody to be that first point of contact, so you can kind of get coached up on what you should be looking for. And then we have 2 PSOB coordinators at the IFF level that can help make sure the package is appropriate before we submit it to the Department of Justice. So there's a lot of homework to get done on this. We do have a clock running. There is time, but you can't sit on it. You know, you got to get to work on it. So with that, Scotty, talk a little bit about a family. You know, talk a little bit about what the Pater family, what a difference this will make for those kids.
I think it's a huge difference. I know that, you know, it has benefits for college and things like that, but more importantly, it gives security to the family, financial security, for all the time that we put in as firefighters. And it gives them that financial security to go and live their life without the firefighter, unfortunately. But to have that ability, to have them, to have that financial security means the world. And if they have younger kids, it gives them a path forward for an education and really supporting them so their family, you know, the surviving spouse can take care of the family, has the freedom to take care of their family.
It's a big benefit. It's certainly going to help a lot of families that have endured terrible loss. Evan, can you talk a little bit about the Pell Grants, how they work?
Sure. So the PSOB benefit has 2 pieces. There's the one-time tax-exempt benefit that's paid, the survivorship benefit to the family. It's indexed to inflation. Currently today sits at about $461,000 and change. We'll see that increase again in October 1st, relative to inflation. The Pell Grants are a really important part that is, as the General President mentioned and Scott mentioned, helps those families get their kids to college, and also the surviving spouse can frequently qualify for Pell Grants as well. And so the grants are based on, there's a separate funding formula that DOJ uses to figure out exactly how much money to award based on funds available, number of dependents, things like that. But generally we see it knocking out a significant chunk, if not all, of college tuition for those folks. Job training uses as well. If someone decides to go the skilled trades route rather than college, those grants can be used for that. And occasionally there is a look-back period as well. I'm optimistic for the families in that retroactive period. If they've got a child who's already graduated college, if they have a student loan balance, there may be an opportunity, if they're federally held student loans, to go backwards and forgive some of those loans.
So we'll be able to help when you have those unique situations. We have our PSOB coordinators that can help navigate that, some of the challenges that you may face there. But again, a lot of the work got to get done at the local level. And I encourage you, as you're a local president, to assign somebody to the task. With that, Adam, we want to thank you for all the work that you did, and we would be remiss if we didn't say you got anything else in there we can get out of you.
We'll talk in the green room.
All right, good. So we're also excited to hear from Senator Klobuchar, who's been a tremendous champion of ours. She'll be here in a few hours. She was the leader of this bill, and we're grateful for that. We also had great Carlos Jimenez, who was IAFF member of Congress from Miami, who was a Rescue 1 captain down in Miami, and now a member of Congress, helped to champion this through. We had a lot of help, so we appreciate if you go across the street. As important it is for us to get some support for our current priorities, we also want to say thank you for the support that we've gotten out of the members of Congress. So when you go over there, don't forget to say thank you. So with that, we'll be back here on stage in a few minutes. So thank you. Thank you to the panel.
everyone. My name is Sammy. I work in the Government Affairs Department of the IAFF. I'm going to speak to you about one of our top legislative priorities this year called the PFAS Alternative Act. Okay. I don't know if you guys can see that. Okay, perfect. Yeah, it's called Protecting Firefighters from Adverse Substances Alternatives Act, or PFAS Alternatives Act. As it's been stated that cancer is the biggest risk to the fire service today. Firefighting has been labeled as a Group 1 carcinogen by the World Health Organization. It's the only occupation that has this classification. And the exposures to carcinogens come from a variety of places: smoke, vehicle exhaust, IAFF foam, and also, unfortunately, in firefighter turnout gear. Because the gear does contain PFAS materials, there is need for improvement there. But there's other issues in the current gear that make the need for this next generation turnout gear all the more prevalent. Current gear kind of absorbs and holds onto material like a sponge. There's no custom fit options, so for women on the job if they get pregnant, or men if they change size, that can cause obviously burn or safety risk with no fit options. And it's also very heavy. It's 3 layers: the moisture barrier, the outer barrier, and the inner lining. Currently, PFAS has been added to all of those layers of the gear. There has been some progress made in eliminating PFAS. NFPA just released a new standard called 1970, which states that going forward, firefighter turnout gear cannot contain intentionally added PFAS chemicals. While this is a great improvement, there's still a lot of work to be done, and that brings us to the need for next generation turnout gear and this legislation. So not only would this next generation gear be free of PFAS, we also would like to see it be resistant to toxins and other carcinogens, and as well as less absorbent and less sponge-like, be able to repel those things, lighter in weight, so it'll be easier for you guys to perform your jobs, and custom fit options as people grow or body sizes change. The most important thing about this bill is that it's a research bill where the research includes firefighters. I think we all know that industry has not acted in good faith in development of PFAS-free gear, so this is very vital. That brings us to the bill. In the House, the bill is H.R. 3184, and the Senate bill is pending introduction. We have secured the co-sponsors in the Senate. It's going to be Heinrich and Welch on the Democratic side, and Curtis and Senator Fisher, who will be speaking later, on the Republican side. So it's in that process. We just don't have a Senate bill number for that yet. And in the House side, it is being led by Debbie Dingell of Michigan and Sam Graves of Missouri. Currently, the House bill has 109 bipartisan co-sponsors. The bill is a $25 million research and development bill that would look at the development of this next generation turnout gear, and it includes firefighters in the research process. When you talk about the bill, it's important to stress how often you use your gear, how often you have to take it on and off during your shift, the exposures that you have on a shift, and how the current gear is insufficient and the ways that it needs to be improved. Currently, there are no true PFAS-free gear on the market. We know that some industry has been trying to change this and develop their own gear, but like I said, they historically have not acted in good faith. So the need for this independent research from the government with firefighter involvement is very, very vital. Lighter gear will also allow you to perform your jobs better, and less absorbent gear will prevent those toxins from being trapped into the turnout gear. So when you go to the Hill, there's a couple of targets that would be really good to hit up in both chambers, House and Senate. Any member of leadership is going to be a huge get on the bill. The bill in the House sits in the Science and Space Technology Committee as well as the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee. So if your members are parts of those committees, that would be great to have their support on the bill, but any co-sponsor support is wanted and valued. And then the Senate bill is likely to go to the Commerce Committee once it's introduced. So those members would be great. And then any member of the Fire Caucus service in either chamber would also be great. When you talk about the bill, emphasize how popular it is. Like I said, as of this morning, it has 109 bipartisan co-sponsors in the House. So it's very popular on both sides of the aisle, and we are working to get the Senate bill introduced, like I said. Talk about the gear that you currently use, how it is insufficient, and the PFAS exposures that you guys get on the job from that gear. And then one thing I want to flag for all of you is after you meet with your members of Congress, there's going to be a form on the IAFF LegCon website called the Congressional Response Card. If you guys could fill those out, that is so helpful for us because we follow up with every member of Congress that you meet with once we get that data from that form to make sure that they are actually co-sponsoring or supportive of those issues, or if they need follow-up information, our team, we do that to make sure that we can get their support. So that is the PFAS Alternative Act. If you have any questions, you can find me or Evan later after this presentation. So, thanks.
All right, good morning, everybody. Yeah, it's morning. Everyone knows that politics and policy making are both an art and a full contact sport. Our next speaker, Congressman James Walkinshaw, has seen it from every angle. That's exactly what makes him so effective in fighting for us. Before coming to Congress, James spent years on Capitol Hill working for the late Congressman Jerry Conley, a great friend of ours, helping move many of the issues our union cares about through the legislative process. He later served on the Fairfax County Board of Supervisors, where he was a strong champion for Fairfax County Local 2068. Now in Congress, he's already making his mark. Congressman Walkinshaw is the lead House Democrat on the Federal Firefighters Family First Act, legislation that will restore fair work-life balance for our 16th district members. He has also been engaged in other IAFF priorities, including next-generation turnout gear and ensuring federal firefighters are protected during government shutdowns. From his days as a staffer to his work in Congress, James Walkinshaw has been a strong partner to the IAFF and someone we can count on to help move our priorities forward. Brothers and sisters, please join me in welcoming Congressman James Walkinshaw. Mr. Congressman.
Well, good morning, everyone. President Kelly, thank you for the invitation to join today, and thank you for your leadership of the IAFF. It is an honor to stand before men and women who have dedicated their lives to protecting our communities with courage, sacrifice, and service. I know, and you all know, that firefighting is not simply a profession, it's a calling. You're the people who run toward danger when everyone else is running away. You show up when our communities are at their most vulnerable, when homes are burning, when disasters strike, when lives are hanging in the balance, when families, when my constituents dial 911 in the worst moments of their lives, they're counting on you. And every time you answer that call and respond, you reaffirm something that's fundamental about our nation, that we take care of one another. That is sacred work, it is honorable work, and those of us in public service have a responsibility to honor your service with our support. And I'm very proud. My relationship with firefighters and IAFF goes back to the beginning of my career. As President Kelly noted, long before I ran for office, I worked for the late Congressman Jerry Connolly, who was a staunch defender of our firefighters and all public servants. He never needed convincing to stand with the IAFF. He understood that when firefighters raise concerns about safety, staffing, or benefits, that you are speaking from real experience on the front lines. Before I was elected to Congress, I spent 6 years on the Fairfax County Board of Supervisors. Fairfax County is the largest jurisdiction in Virginia, the largest in the DC region, and home to one of the world's, I'll say the world's premier fire and rescue department, which is made stronger by a proud union in IAFF Local 2068, representing more than 1,900 firefighters, paramedics, dispatchers, mechanics, all serving the people of Fairfax County. And over the years, I developed a close working relationship with them. I've worked for years with Local 2068 President Bobby Young, the members of the executive board, learning from them about the realities that all of you as firefighters face on the job and the responsibility that those of us in local, state, and federal leadership have to support you. I've spent a lot of time in our fire stations, riding along to calls and even mourning the loss of our fallen. And those experiences taught me that behind every piece of turnout gear and every helmet and every response to a call is a real person with a family at home who depends on them. And maybe I'm biased, but I think Virginia firefighters are some of the best in the nation. I'm proud to stand with all of you, our Northern Virginia locals, 2702 in Fairfax City, 273 on Fort Belvoir, 2598 in my hometown of Prince William County. And look, the scale of the work that you all do is extraordinary in my community and across the country. In Fairfax County alone in 2024, our Fire and Rescue Department responded to nearly 128,000 incidents. 128,000 times somebody needed help, made the call, and you all answered the call. Just last month, firefighters were on the front lines in Centerville, Virginia, about 20 miles from here, after a devastating gas explosion shook, literally and figuratively, the community. And in the days that followed, I heard from my constituents who were terrified by the event and concerned that it could happen again. But over and over, they told me how much confidence they had seeing our Fairfax firefighters there responding, helping those families return safely to their homes. That is the kind of trust that is earned through professionalism, training, and sacrifice. And one of the things I was proudest to work on during my time in local government was delivering collective bargaining rights for our public safety workers, our firefighters, and our police in Fairfax County. Because when the alarm goes off, when the call comes in at 2 in the morning and you're responding, we want you focused on that emergency. We don't want you worrying about whether you can make this month's mortgage payment because you're not getting paid what you deserve. We don't want you worrying about whether you can pay for you or your kids' medical bills because you don't get the benefits that you deserve. And collective bargaining ensures that firefighters have a voice in their workplace. To guarantee fair compensation, safe staffing, and the protections necessary to do your job safely. And, you know, growing up, my dad was a plumber, so I spent my childhood on construction sites. And one of the things I learned was the people who know best how to make improvements, how to make something safer, faster, more efficient. It's not the people that are in the air-conditioned office, right? It's the folks on the ground, on the front lines. And that's what collective bargaining offers as well. A real voice for firefighters to improve the services they deliver for their communities. And now is not the time to weaken the rights of firefighters or workers anywhere in this country. Now is the time to strengthen them. And while we're seeing attacks on collective bargaining here in Washington and in many states, we're also seeing some troubling attacks at the federal level on programs that our firefighters rely on every day. Over the past year, we've seen deep cuts proposed to critical health and safety programs at NIOSH, including the Firefighter Fatality Investigation and Prevention Program, the National Firefighter Registry for Cancer, and the World Trade Center Health Program. These are programs that save lives. They investigate line-of-duty deaths so we can prevent the next tragedy. They track cancer risks so we can protect firefighters from occupational exposure. And they provide care for the heroes who responded on September 11th. At one point in the last year, fatality investigators were actively examining deaths in 25 departments across the country when layoff notices arrived and those investigations stopped. We've seen efforts to freeze federal grant programs like AFG and SAFER, programs that help departments hire firefighters, maintain safe staffing levels, and purchase life-saving equipment. In communities across America, these grants are the difference between a fully staffed engine company and a station that can't respond safely to a call. We're seeing proposals to weaken protections against PFAS chemicals in firefighting foam and gear, even though we know that safer alternatives exist. And let me be clear, firefighters should never be exposed to toxic chemicals simply because it is easier or cheaper for the government to delay action. The men and women who protect this country deserve better than uncertainty about the programs that protect their health, their safety, and their departments. And I will continue working with the IAFF to defend these programs and make sure the federal government stands with firefighters, not against them. President Kelly mentioned several pieces of legislation that I'm working on, one of which is the Federal Firefighters Families First Act. Right now, federal firefighters, where's our federal firefighters? Let's get a round of applause from these guys. Federal firefighters are denied credit for overtime pay when their retirement benefits are calculated. Think about it. They are working extraordinary hours, like probably most of you in this room. They're protecting our military bases, particularly important right now. Federal buildings, critical infrastructure. And they're being told that the pay they earn doing the work doesn't count toward their retirement. That is not right. It needs to change. It needs to change. Another critical issue, and you all know this, is occupational cancer. And at the 2023 IAFF Fallen Firefighter Memorial, 63% of the names added to the wall were firefighters who died from occupational cancer. 63%. The World Health Organization recognizes firefighting as a Category 1 carcinogenic exposure, the same classification as smoking tobacco or unprotected radiation exposure. And look, this is an issue that hits close to home in my community, and I know communities across the country. Last week in Fairfax County, we lost Master Technician Raul Perla after nearly 28 years of service due to occupational cancer. That's why I'm proud to support the Honoring Our Fallen Heroes Act to recognize occupational cancer deaths as line-of-duty deaths and provide benefits to surviving families, for Raul's family and every other family impacted by occupational cancer. But in addition to providing those benefits to surviving families, we also have a responsibility to prevent these tragedies in the first place. That's why I support the PFAS Alternatives Act, which will accelerate the development of next-generation turnout gear that doesn't expose firefighters to carcinogenic PFAS chemicals. Our firefighters should never have to choose between protection on the fire ground and protection from long-term illness. So when we talk about firefighters and firefighter policy in Washington, it comes down to a simple principle. If we ask people, if we ask you to risk your lives for the public, then we, the public, we, the government, have a responsibility to stand with you. That means fair retirement benefits, protecting your health, supporting surviving families, defending collective bargaining rights that give you a real voice. And the IAFF has led that fight for generations. I want you to know that you have a partner for me in Congress. I will continue fighting to support your families, protect your rights, and honor the extraordinary service you provide to communities across the nation. Thank you for what you do. Stay safe. God bless you all.
Our next speaker has been one of the IAFF's most reliable partners in the United States Senate. Since coming to the Senate in 1996, Senator Susan Collins has played a role in many of the major advancements affecting our profession. She helped establish the AFG and SAFER grant programs, supported multiple expansions of the PSOB benefits, and has led to improved cancer screening and prevention for firefighters. In 2024, Senator Collins was the key Republican lead in the fight to repeal the WEP GPO, working with the IAFF to finally end a policy that unfairly reduced retirement benefits for thousands of firefighters and other public servants. Most recently, she helped secure recognition of occupational cancer under the PSOB program. As co-chair of the Bipartisan Congressional Fire Services Caucus, Senator Collins has also helped lead one of Congress's largest caucuses and keep the focus on protecting firefighters in the communities we serve. Please join me in welcoming a true friend to firefighters, Senator Susan Collins. Senator. Thank you so much, Senator. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much. What a pleasure it is to welcome America's great firefighters and paramedics to Washington, D.C. I'd like to extend a special thank you and recognition to the firefighters from the great state of Maine. They have been an invaluable source of information, insight, and inspiration. From the record number of forest fires during last summer's drought to a dangerous fire just recently on Portland's waterfront to a horrific plane crash in Bangor, all during the past year, our firefighters have always been on the front lines. When we had the terrible fire on the wharf in Portland, the next day I went down to a restaurant on the wharf that had survived due to the efforts of the firefighters. Our firefighters and other first responders were there, as well as our lobstermen, our fishermen, whose boats have been tied up at the wharf, and local business owners whose businesses and restaurants lined the wharf. And I am so proud of our firefighters, and I'm so proud that I secured the funding that made possible a fire boat that was able to go out on the water, spray underneath the wharf, and help the firefighters rescue boats that were tied up at the wharf. It was an amazing cooperative effort, and I'm so grateful. Then there's the community service done by our firefighters, such as Operation Warm to provide winter coats to children in need, the Fill the Boot campaign to fight muscular dystrophy, and the ongoing effort to educate the public about the dangers of carbon monoxide poisoning. And despite their long days on the front lines, firefighters always take the time to pay tribute to their fallen comrades. Whether you serve in a large city or a small town, whether you're called to deal with a major catastrophe, such as the terrorist attack on 9/11, or a local emergency, you always respond when the alarm sounds. You head into danger while others are fleeing. You risk your lives to save lives, and we are so grateful. We, the members of the Fire Service Caucus, recognize that our gratitude must not just be expressed by words. It must be accompanied by the resources that help you defend our people against the ever-present threat of fire and its often devastating effects, as well as the challenges of terrorism and the threats of exposure to hazardous materials. 23 years ago, in the aftermath of 9/11, I helped to create FEMA's firefighter grant programs, which provide funding for staffing, equipment, and training to help our firefighters do their important jobs as effectively and safely as possible. 2 years later, I led the bipartisan legislation to authorize $750 million for AFG and the SAFER grants annually through 2028. In addition to the Fire Act programs, there are other ways that we can and must stand by our firefighters. Last December, the 2026 National Defense Authorization Act, which includes the Fallen Heroes Act, was signed into law. This long overdue legislation ensures that the families of firefighters, law enforcement, and EMS personnel who die or become disabled from occupational cancer receive the federal benefits they deserve. Including it in the NDAA recognizes the truth that part of our national defense is the defense of our communities, our homes, our businesses. The urgent need for this legislation was underscored just last month by a report from the National Firefighter Registry for Cancer. It was created through IAFF advocacy and authorized by Congress to address one of the most urgent health threats facing our firefighters. This crisis is why I co-sponsored the successful bipartisan bill 4 years ago to better protect firefighters from PFAS exposure on the job. Again, the IAFF's advocacy was crucial to the passage of this important legislation to eliminate the use of forever chemicals in firefighting gear and foam. First responders should never have to worry that the equipment meant to keep them safe might endanger their health. In addition to improved equipment, firefighters must have modern, up-to-date, safe facilities. While we Mainers cherish our historic buildings that add to our state's charm, antiquated fire stations are inadequate to house today's fire trucks and ambulances. In fact, in many cases, the newer equipment can't even fit in the old firehouses. The reestablishment of congressionally directed spending 5 years ago allows senators and representatives to work with community leaders in their home states and districts to identify local needs. And one of my proudest accomplishments in the last 5 years has been, and particularly since I've become chair of the Senate Appropriations Committee, has been to secure approximately $87 million for 45 new or renovated fire stations from the north to the south, the east to the west of the state of Maine. Finally, firefighters deserve our support after they hang up their helmets. In January of last year, I had the pleasure of joining your president at the White House for the signing of the landmark Social Security Fairness Act. I co-authored this bill. I was the Republican lead on it, and it was so gratifying to be part of the successful resolution of an issue that I had worked on since 2003, but I never gave up, and neither did you. And I'll tell you, when I am in the grocery store and someone comes up to me, whether it's a retired firefighter or paramedic, police officer, school teacher, or school custodian, and tells me that this bill, by repealing two very unfair provisions in the Social Security Act, has made the difference between their just getting by in their retirement and a comfortable retirement. It just is so heartwarming. I first introduced that bill in 2005 after holding hearings, the very first Senate hearing in 2003. And opponents of the bill repeatedly blocked its advancement, but our coalition of bipartisan lawmakers and organizations such as yours stuck together. We kept working to make our case, to point out that these are earned Social Security benefits, to build support, and eventually we carried the day. The fundamental obligation of government is to protect its people. We in government have a special obligation to provide those of you on the front lines of protection the resources and support you need. It is such an honor to work so closely with you, to develop policies and legislation to ensure that the courage our firefighters demonstrate every day is never taken for granted and is always honored. Thank you so much for all that you do. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
we are honored to welcome Vice President J.D. Vance to the International Association of Firefighters 2026 Legislative Conference. Vice President Vance has stood with the IAFF on issues that matter most to firefighters and their families. When the passage of the Honoring Our Fallen Heroes Act was in jeopardy this winter, the White House made it clear that they would stand with the families of our fallen, and they went to work. The White House removed every stumbling block that was put in our way. Occupational cancer is now recognized as a line of duty death, and federal death and education benefits are given to the families of our fallen because the Trump-Vance administration's steadfast support got it there. The administration has also backed our federal firefighters, protecting the collective bargaining rights of our 16th district members. As a senator, Vice President Vance was a strong supporter of the Social Security Fairness Act. After the 2024 election, when he was Vice President-elect, he returned to Washington and urged his Senate colleagues to pass the bill restoring dignity in retirement for millions of public servants. He supported the reauthorization of AFG and SAFER grants, programs that help fire departments hire firefighters and keep their communities safe. After the train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio, Senator Vance worked with the IAFF and rail safety unions on the Railway Safety Act, bipartisan legislation to strengthen rail safety and improve hazmat training for firefighters. Before entering public office, then Corporal Vance served this country honorably in the United States Marine Corps, including a tour in Iraq. Brothers and sisters, please join me in welcoming Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance.
Thank you all. Thank you so much, Ed. It's great to be here. It's great to have you in our nation's capital. I always say to everybody, this is a very big group. I can't see any of you because these spotlights are glaring bright. The person who runs these spotlights, Ed, must be a Democrat because I cannot see a single person in that crowd. But I'm told there's about 700 of you out there, and so I say to everybody, whether it's a small school group or 700 great firefighters from all across our country, that this is your nation's capital. This is your capital. Your tax dollars built these beautiful monuments and museums, and I know you got a lot of work to do while you're here in Washington, but I hope each and every one of you gets to enjoy this beautiful city, especially as the weather turns really nice here in Washington, D.C. Now, the one bad thing about the weather is when it starts to get warm, you know as a politician, we're gearing up for political campaign season. And I'm probably as sick of politics as you all are, so that's the one downside. But I hope you enjoy this beautiful spring weather and enjoy your nation's capital while you're here. We're thrilled to have you. And I just want to say thank you so much to Ed and to the entire team at the International Association of Firefighters. Ed Kelly has been a great advocate for you and for firefighters all across the United States of America. In fact, when we met backstage very briefly, we talked a little bit about some of the great legislative accomplishments of the Trump administration, and we'll talk a bit about that here in a second. But then the second half of the conversation was Ed trying to shake me down even more. He was trying to think, what else can we get out of this administration? And I love that. I love a guy who fights for his people. I love a firefighter who knows he stands for and represents firefighters, and I hope all of you know that we're going to work with you over the next few years to continue to solve the problems that exist for our firefighting community. One of the things that a lot of you know about this administration and hopefully appreciate about this administration, but I'm going to make my pitch here, is that we have been unique among Republicans in that we haven't turned away organized labor. We have tried to find ways to work with organized labor. Not that we're always going to agree, but another great Bostonian, Sean O'Brien, the head of the Teamsters Union, we found ways to work together to serve working people. And there is no group of people that is harder working and more important for our community than our firefighters. And so thank you all for being here, and thank you for honoring me by inviting me to give you a few remarks today. Now, before I get into some of my other remarks, I want to just start on a slightly somber note here, because on a personal level, I was honored to be able to participate in the dignified transfer of 6 American soldiers who were killed overseas in this conflict with Iran. And I had never done that before, and a lot of you served our nation in uniform. I know a number of our firefighters have all across our country. And I just want to say that if you are the praying type, and I certainly am, I hope you'll spare a prayer for the 6 souls that we lost, for the 7th soul who will be coming home tonight, and for all of their families. You all know better than almost any category of Americans what it means to put on a uniform and to sacrifice for our country. And so I hope you'll share a moment of prayer for our brothers in arms, for your brothers in arms who keep this country safe in their own way, just as you keep the country safe in your particular way. So, to move on a little bit, let me just say that what we have tried to do in the Trump administration, what we have tried to accomplish, is to make your lives easier, knowing, of course, that we're never going to be able to make your lives completely easy. You guys have some of the hardest jobs that exist anywhere in the United States of America, and you represent thousands and thousands of firefighters all across the United States of America who make it possible for our communities to be safe, who make it possible for our communities to run smoothly, who make it possible for a kid to be able to call 911 if they have to, and know that a man or a woman who is professional, who is competent, and who is caring is going to show up when we need them. And that's the thing that I admire so much about all of you. You know, every country, every empire, every society in history made it possible for a rich person to get what they needed. But what makes the United States so unique is that whether you're rich or poor, you're black or white, when you need public services, when you need your police officers, when you need your firefighters, when you need those EMT specialists, we make it, and we try hard to make it, so that everybody who needs something in that critical moment has access to it. Everybody deserves public safety, not just rich people. Every person deserves to know that if, God forbid, their house catches on fire, there's going to be somebody with water there to put it out, not just the powerful. And what I admire about this spirit of public service that exists in this community is that every single one of you put on a uniform, the people that you serve put on a uniform and make it possible for kids like me, kids who didn't grow up with a silver spoon in their mouth, to have access to that critical public safety and that security in their neighborhoods. Now, a lot of you, I came and spoke in Boston a couple of years ago, and so what I say may come, you may have heard me say it in Boston, but I'm going to repeat it for those of you who didn't hear me say it in Boston, which is that, a couple times I was one of those scared little kids who had to call the firefighters, who had to call the EMTs. My own mother struggled with opioid addiction for a very large chunk of my life. And I remember when she was having a particularly dark moment and she needed some help. I needed some help. Our family needed some help. I picked up the phone, I called 911, and a number of brave, professional, compassionate firefighters from Middletown, Ohio showed up. And they calmed my mom down, and they made it possible for us to go on with the rest of our day. They made a kid who was scared to death feel like he had an ally in this world. I will never forget that. I will never forget also when we had to call 911, it wasn't a firefighter, it was an EMT who came and took my mom to the hospital because she had had a very terrible overdose. And I remember holding her hand, hoping to God that she would be okay, that she would wake up. We know a lot of our people have not woken up when they have those opioid overdoses, but by the grace of God, my mom did wake up. And by the way, she's now been clean and sober for north of 11 years. We celebrated her 10-year sobriety. Thank you. We celebrated her 10 years of sobriety in the West Wing of the White House. What an incredible testament to the American dream that a woman I thought would never live to meet my children is now the best grandmother to those children that they could ever ask for, and we celebrated that sobriety in the People's White House. But that moment, the many moments of second chances that we've gotten with my mom, and I love you, Mom, if you're watching this. She probably is. She watches everything. I don't know why, but she does. But Mom, we would not have gotten that second chance were it not for the firefighters all across our country, for the EMT specialists all across our country who make it possible for second chances again and again and again. What you guys do is not easy, and as you all know, it doesn't always pay as well as it should, but it does give people, millions of Americans all across this nation, a sense that somebody is looking out for them. And that's one of the reasons why I love what you do, why I'm so honored to be here, is because you are the glue that holds so many of American communities together. You know, I talked a little bit about the folks that we lost in Iran, and we're so thankful for their service and so hopeful that nobody else comes home having lost their life. But I think there's a brotherhood, a sisterhood between the military, the police officers, and the firefighters, because you are the three categories of people who put on a uniform and put your lives at risk for your communities. You've got different jobs. You have different roles to play. But I think it's an amazing testament to our country, maybe the single most important resource that we have as a United States of America, is that every single one of you is willing to sacrifice your life. Hopefully you never will. But every single one of you is willing to sacrifice your life for this great country and for the people that you serve in your communities. I just want you to know, from the President of the United States, but from everybody, I think I can say comfortably, even in partisan and difficult times, that I represent the whole country when I say to all of our members of the International Association of Firefighters, we are thankful to you, we are proud of you, we love you, and we're going to do everything that we can to support you. Now let me talk just a little bit about what it means to really support you, because I think it's important. It's of course important that the Vice President stand up here and say how grateful he is, and I certainly am. I'm grateful to each and every one of you and the people you serve, but it's not just about words, it's about action. And that's one of the things I'm proudest about this administration, is that we have actually backed up the pride and the support and the gratitude that we have for all of you with very meaningful action. You heard Ed talk a little bit about the Social Security Fairness Act. Well, one of the reasons why that happened is because the President of the United States, and I believe it was even before the inauguration, the President of the United States made sure that congressional Republicans stayed on top of that legislation, and we worked to get it done. That happened because of presidential leadership. Do you think Joe Biden was making those phone calls, ladies and gentlemen? I just got to say, I don't think so. Sorry, I got a little partisan there. But we owe it to Americans who've suffered through exposure to toxic chemicals, especially the first responders who seek to protect others from harm. We owe it to you to actually look after you and to take care of you. In that vein, one of the first pieces of legislation I ever worked on was the Railway Safety Act. And I'll never forget your support in making that act a possibility. We actually got it, by the way, into the most recent transportation package. I'm sure Ed and all of you will use your very able lobbying and persuasion tactics to make sure that that legislation actually becomes law. Because here's the thing. When I met the firefighters who dealt with that terrible train derailment in East Palestine, one of the things that I picked up is, they weren't angry. They weren't mad. That was their job. They went into a very dangerous situation because that was their job and that's what they expect to do. But they were worried about one thing. What might happen with all these toxic chemicals that were in the air? Would they have long-term problems? Would they suffer some consequences? And one of the things that Secretary Kennedy and I worked on is making sure that we are studying the long-term effects of toxic chemical exposure in East Palestine. We appropriated millions of dollars, and trust me, when I was a senator, I worked to get that money from the last administration just to understand the effects of toxic chemical exposure over time. And we didn't have that until this administration came along and Secretary Kennedy made it a priority, because we want you all to know, if God forbid you run into harm's way, what are the consequences going to be to you over the long haul? And importantly, what are the kinds of medical treatments that you're going to need if you're in that situation, to make sure that the sacrifice that you make in the line of duty doesn't become more than it has to be? Those are the kinds of tangible steps that we are trying to take. Now, we know that President Kelly and President Trump, we all have our own presidents, my friends. He was a huge proponent, and I'm glad for this, of the Honoring Our Fallen Heroes Act. Now, that was critically important legislation that you all know President Trump signed into law just a few months ago. Now, as Ed can tell you, this law extends legal benefits for firefighters and first responders who pass away from cancers caused by exposure in the line of duty. Now, when one of you becomes ill or, God forbid, loses your life because of cancer that was developed in the line of duty, their families are entitled to federal benefits that they earned. It's a big one. Now, I say they already earned them because we owe it to Americans who suffered through exposure to toxic chemicals, especially the first responders who go into harm's way to protect others from harm. That is what this administration is all about. Making sure that the Social Security system treats you fairly, making sure that you get the benefits, or if God forbid you pass away, your families get the benefits that you deserve, making sure that we take care of the people who take care of us. That is the legacy of the Trump administration when it comes to our firefighters, and that is a legacy that we're going to keep on building on over the next 3 years of President Trump's leadership. Now, I want to close with a very simple point. This is an administration that is fighting first and foremost for working men and women. I talked about that a little bit at the beginning. We're especially fighting for working men and women who serve the public interest, and that's what all of you do. You know, when I was a little kid, I wanted to be a United States Marine. Some kids want to be doctors. Other kids want to be teachers. Some want to be astronauts, but it's, as you know, a lot of little kids all across our country, they want to be firefighters. That's a great testament to the work that you do every single day. I guess my point here is that every kid in our country has dreams, and those dreams come in many shapes and sizes. And what I want most of all is for your service and your sacrifice to be rewarded by all of us living in a country where you don't have to be rich or lucky to obtain the American dream. You just got to have a little grit, a little determination, and a lot of hard work. I want all of us, your kids and mine, to live in safe neighborhoods. I want us to send our kids to good schools. I want our families to not have to live paycheck to paycheck. And that's why our administration is fighting for all the policies that we've been fighting for, from the low crime to reversing the inflation of the Biden years, because we want every single person in our community to be able to live a good life. What is the work of all of you, of our firefighters and our EMTs, if it's not to ensure that every kid has an opportunity to live in safety and security? You do your part every single day, and I'm proud of you for it. But that means that we've got to honor your service by doing our part here in Washington, D.C. So let me just say that all of you deserve to live in this great country, and all of us in this administration are proud to stand shoulder to shoulder with you as we rebuild the United States of America. I want you to be proud in your country, because I know that your country and your president are very, very proud of you, and we're grateful to you. Thanks everybody, and God bless you.
Driving home the nail for the one behind the counter, ringing up the sails for the one who fights the fire, the one who brings the mail, for everyone who works factories and the fields, in the city streets and the quiet country towns. Working together like spokes inside a wheel, they keep this country turning around. Hello, Kansas, Wheatfield farmer, let me thank you for your time. You work a 40-hour week for a living, just to send it on down the line. Hello, West Virginia coal miner, let me thank you for your time. You work a 40-hour week for a living, just to send it on down the line. This is for the one who drives the big rig up and down the road, for the one out in the warehouse bringing in the load, for the waitress, the mechanic, the policeman on patrol, for everyone who works behind the scenes with a spirit you can't replace with no machine. Hello, America. Let me thank you for your time. This is for the one who swings the hammer, driving home the nail, for the one behind the counter, ringing up the sales, for the one who fights the fires, the one who brings the mail, for everyone who works behind the scenes. You can see them every morning in the factories and the fields, in the city streets and the quiet country towns. Working together like spokes inside a wheel, they keep this country turning around. Hello, Kansas, Wheatfield farmer, let me thank you for your time. You work a 40-hour week for a living, just to send it on down the line. Hello, West Virginia coal miner, let me thank you for your time. You work a 40-hour week for a living, just to send it on down the line. This is for the one who drives the big rig up and down the road, for the one out in the warehouse bringing in the load, for the waitress, the mechanic, the policeman on patrol, for everyone who works behind the scenes with a spirit you can't replace with no machine. Hello, America. Let me thank you for. This is for the one who swings the hammer, driving home the nail, for the one behind the counter, ringing up the sale. tan, drinking wine on the water, and it's easy and it's fun. If you want and if I want, I'll be your dream in between. In your meantime, lover, all summer, all summer. I'll let it go, let it go, let it go on the water, and it's only getting hotter. And until I wanna stop, I'll be your dream in between. In your meantime, lover, all summer, all summer, all summer.
Holding me back, gravity's holding me back. I want you to hold out the palm of your hand. Why don't we leave it at that? Nothing to say, and everything gets in the way. Seems you cannot be replaced, and I'm the one who'll stay. Oh, in this world, it's just us. You know it's not the same as it was. In this world, it's just us. You know it's not the same as it was. As it was. As it was. You know it's not the same. Answer the phone. Harry, you're no good alone. Why are you sitting at home on the floor? What kind of pills are you on? Ringing the bell, and nobody's coming to help. Your daddy lives by himself. He just wants to know that you're well. Oh, in this world, it's just us. You know it's not the same as it was. In this world, it's just us. You know it's not
Brothers and sisters. Brothers and sisters, please be seated.
Well, that was exciting. So our next speaker understands the power of unions because she grew up seeing it firsthand. Sarah Elfreth is the daughter of a locomotive engineer. When her father was injured on the job, the members of BLET Local 71 in Philadelphia made sure the family was taken care of until he could return to work. That experience shaped Sarah's lifelong commitment to unions and working people. Before coming to Congress, Sarah served in the Maryland State Senate, where she chaired pensions and public safety. Since arriving in Washington, she has brought that same commitment to Congress, joining the House of Labor Congress and the Congressional Fire Services Congress. Congresswoman Elfreth is a co-sponsor of key IAFF bills, from next generation turnout gear to expanding the no tax on overtime provision for firefighters. She's also stood with us, calling for federal firefighters to receive the back pay they deserve during government shutdowns, and continues to advocate for strong funding for NIOSH programs and the National Fire Academy. Please join me in welcoming a fast friend to our union, Congresswoman Sarah Elfreth. Madam.
I was warned I couldn't see anybody with all these lights, but it's good to kind of see folks here in the audience. Good morning, everyone. I want to just start by thanking your president, who I don't think I need to tell you is probably the most charming person on Capitol Hill. Wait. Is that controversial? I didn't realize. Oh, he has been just a stalwart champion for all of you. I also want to thank my partners in the room, my locals. 1563 from Annapolis, 1926, who I was at the St. Patrick's Day Parade with yesterday, and I hope they're here and they've recovered from all the fun we had yesterday. 2000, 5184, F121, and F281. I also want to thank Andy Pentelis and Jeff Buttle, who have been my friends and my constituents. I'm so grateful to represent them, first in the State House and now in Congress. I also want to just thank you for inviting me to be here today. I'm just a kid from South Jersey, and because of the help from my parents' unions and because of the help of the IAFF when I first ran for the state senate when I was 29 years old, and you took a chance on me in endorsing me, not only am I now in Congress, I'm also batting cleanup for the vice president, which is pretty fucking cool. I mean, that's pretty remarkable. But I think that's what I wanted to talk about this morning was that's the beauty of this country, right? As we celebrate 250 years as a nation, we got to reflect on the radical idea of how it all began, this idea of self-determination. And part of that means that I have a role to play as a member of Congress, but each and every one of you has a role to play in self-determining our government. We also have an obligation and a right in the First Amendment to petition our government. And Lord knows our government has not gotten everything right over the last 250 years, but the Constitution guarantees us the opportunity to do something about it. And that's why we are all here today, and I'm so grateful to you. I was up late last night thinking about what I would say to you that might be different from what the Vice President said to you. I'm going to go back to Benjamin Franklin as a South Jersey, Philadelphia girl, and the founding of the Union Fire Company in 1736, and that radical notion of not just serving people who pay for the service of firefighting, but serve the entire community. That is such an American tradition, that's such an IAFF tradition, that when you come and petition our government, when you advocate, you're not just advocating for yourselves, you're advocating for your families, you're advocating for your communities, and that is the most American thing you can do. And you are hailing from every single corner of this country. And so I know when you have a priority, you have locals in every single congressional district that are advocating to their members of Congress for change. And that's what I wanted to just reflect on this morning as we're experiencing some challenging times as a country. Reflect on this idea that we all have a role to play. And you all do and play that role so beautifully well. You are on the forefront of everything that matters to your locals. When we know that that cancer is the leading cause of death for firefighters, you all stepped up and you are on the forefront of addressing PFAS. Y'all have been talking about PFAS before anybody knew what PFAS were. And I've been so privileged to partner with you from my days in the state senate in being the lead sponsor of the George Walter Taylor Act of 2022, honoring a man who served 31 years in his fire company, only to pass away from cancer related to PFAS exposure. You were on the front lines of that in state houses and in the Congress, and I'm so grateful to you. Last year, when DOJ shot first and aimed second, Lord knows, and they cut things like the National Cancer Firefighter Registry, when they slashed from 5 investigators to 3 investigators, those who investigate on the Firefighter Fatality Investigation Program, and literally take every single line of duty firefighting death, including those in my district, and study and make sure and report back. They take years to report back to you all better ways and best practices to address your work. When those things were cut, it was you all who stepped up. It was you who advocated. And I want to thank in particular the folks that I represent, IAFF locals, who came and sat in my office during these DOJ cuts. They didn't make the news, these cuts, but they are important that we address them, and you are the reason. I'm so grateful to you all that those cuts were reversed. But it's not just, that's an applause line. It's not just you all playing defense over the last year. I also want to take a moment, again, these are difficult times. I want to take a moment to talk about your offense over the last year and the things that you have been able collectively as an international to get done. I'm so grateful. I serve on the Armed Services Committee. The fact that we got Honoring Our Fallen Heroes Act through the NDAA this year in a last-minute Hail Mary, Lord knows, you are all responsible for that advocacy, and give yourselves a round of applause for that. To make sure we expand those federal death benefits for firefighters when we talk about occupational cancer. We also, I don't want to leave out passing the Survivor Health Funding Correction Act to ensure we continue funding World Trade Center health programs and those who provided care for 9/11 first responders, including nearly 600 Marylanders that I have the privilege of representing. And of course, you are all, again, we're not going to give up this PFAS fight, the fact that you are exposed to it so often, even in your own gear and your own firefighting foam. I'm so proud to support the Bipartisan PFAS Alternative Act to create a research grant to help develop that next-gen turnout gear for all of you. And then, of course, during the last shutdown and in future shutdowns, please turn to us as partners. It was mentioned fighting for back pay for those essential, every federal worker, but there's also loopholes in our shutdowns. Folks who are not exempt, folks who have to turn out every single day, even during a shutdown, you can't apply for unemployment insurance. The UI benefits that you've paid and spent your careers paying into. We need to fix that loophole. There's still so much more work to do, but that's why I'm grateful that you're here, you're petitioning your government, you're making sure your voices are heard, you're making sure that the priorities of your local and your community are first and foremost in Congress's mind. I cannot do my job without you. None of us can. You're going to hear from my friend and my mentor, Congressman Steny Hoyer, in a minute. He's going to tell you he cannot do his job after 60 years of service to Maryland and to this nation. He couldn't do his job without IAFF and without everybody participating in this radical experiment of self-determination that we all are in together. It's the privilege of my life to represent you all in the Congress, and please always look to me as a partner in your work and for our communities. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Sarah. You're the best. That was awesome. Thank you. You're pretty charming yourself, Sarah. Since being elected to Congress in 1981, Steny Hoyer has not only been one of the IAFF's longest allies on Capitol Hill, he's also been one of our most loyal. Hoyer currently serves as a co-chair and the dean of the Congressional Fire Services Caucus. He has advanced the fire service and our initiatives on Capitol Hill in this role and as House Majority Leader for many, many years, playing a leading role in nearly every fire service advancement over the last 40 years, including establishing AFG and SAFER grants, expanding the PSOB program, creating the National Firefighter Cancer Registry, and consistently supporting firefighters' collective bargaining rights. As a senior member of the House Appropriations Committee, Congressman Hoyer has helped secure billions of dollars for AFG, SAFER, and other grants supporting firefighters. Countless IAFF members have their jobs and their livelihoods because of Congressman Hoyer's work. Congressman Hoyer has also been a steadfast ally of the Professional Firefighters of Maryland and the Prince George's County Professional Firefighters and Paramedics Association, Local 1619. I'd now like to welcome our friend, our champion, our ally, one of us, Steny Hoyer.
Good morning. I understand you had the Vice President here. We did. And I was glad he came to the IAFF. And I hope he continues, or maybe joins on to the ability of working men and women to bargain and collectively and fight for their rights. I was looking at President Kelly. I don't want to be partisan here, because if there's any group that is not partisan in America, it's the firefighters of America, the domestic defenders of America. We're fighting a war now overseas. We lost 6 people. Hope we don't lose any more. But the fact of the matter is, the domestic defenders, of whom you are leading lights, and our police departments, are our domestic defenders here in America. They make us safer. They make us more confident in purchasing a home or purchasing property or going out on the roads. And I come here to thank you. And I've come here to say, isn't Sarah Elfrith a fire plug? Yes, she is a great lady, and you're glad to have her in your Congress. And thank you for helping her, because she is a terrific, terrific human being. I was outside with Kevin O'Connor. I've known Kevin O'Connor for a long, long time. Yeah, I'm 86 now. People ask me, why are you retiring? I said, well, 86 didn't seem like a premature retirement to me. I said, people congratulated me. I said, I don't think it's so much an item for congratulation as it is for recognizing reality. It is time to move on at some point in time. But I am glad to have been a friend of the firefighters. And you know, I didn't go home. I was in Alabama, in Selma, Alabama, walking across the Edmund Pettus Bridge yesterday. And no, actually Saturday, and I came back Sunday. But I didn't get back to my house in St. Mary's County, Maryland, so I didn't get to have my coat, which I'm the honorary chief of District 26, which is District Heights, Maryland. And I've worn that coat when we had a fire drill in a house, and the fire was set up, and the smoke and all that sort of stuff. I don't know how any of you move, much less get in and out of a burning home with those coats on. It must weigh, what's it weigh? 100 pounds. I thought I was going to go through the floorboard before it got on fire. So I am pleased to be here with all of you. You're going to hear from a lot of people in the Congress of the United States. I understand one of our newest members was here earlier, James Walkinshaw. Yep. He is a terrific new member of the Congress. I'm leaving, but we have some extraordinary young people to follow. And they're going to follow in my footsteps in terms of continuing, unbending, unwavering, unapologetic supporters of the International Association of Firefighters and all those who serve us every day. Ed, I want to thank you for your leadership. I want to thank all your officers and leaders, and all of you, of course, are leaders in the firefighters throughout our country. Thank you. Every day, you get up in the morning, you tell yourself, if there is trouble anywhere in my community, I will be there. And the bell rings, and you are there all the time. Let me tell you a funny story. My wife and I had a house pretty close to the fire station, and we had a pretty big yard, and apparently one of my kids had left the door open, and a squirrel ran in and was running around the house, and Judy, my wife, was panicked. What did she do? She called Tommy Stummel. Who was Tommy Stummel? Chief of District 26 Firehouse in District Heights, Maryland. And Judy tells the story about how the fire truck came down our street with sirens blaring and men, and there may have been some women there as well, coming in, getting off that truck, racing into the house. And that squirrel must have been the most panicked squirrel in the whole world. They opened every door in the house, they scared that, and finally that squirrel ran out. Now I tell that story because, you know, everybody thinks firefighters, absolutely correctly, go and fight fires. Or they're at a serious automobile accident, or some tragedy like that, or they're at a flood. But it shows how much people rely on the fire department. The reason the Fire Caucus is the largest caucus in the Congress of the United States is because every member of Congress knows that the most respected people in their community are their firefighters. The people who are pledged to respond whatever the trouble. I hear I'm going to get, maybe you haven't done that, and my speechwriter knows that and contemplated it, but I am humbled, if I receive it, honorary membership in the IAFF because I so respect the men and women of the IAFF. I want to thank the folks at 19, Grant Walker. Grant, 1614, 1619. 1619. That's my handwriting, and I wrote it, obviously screwed it up. I want to thank also Mary Gay Scanlon. Has the governor been here?
Not yet.
Not yet, okay. She'll be here to introduce. She's terrific. When you come upon a house fire, you follow the rule of 2 in and 2 out. One team goes into the house, one team stays outside to monitor, support, and coordinate. For decades, ladies and gentlemen, I've been proud to be on IAF's team inside the house, where fortunately the only fire we face are proverbial, although it's getting pretty hot in there now, as you've noticed. Together, the Congress's Fire Service Caucus, IAFF, and our other partners have pushed Congress to provide for our firefighters with the resources they need to keep our communities safe. Ed, you talked about some of the things that we have done through the years, and they were important to do. I don't know whether Bill Pascrell's name has been mentioned, but he was a hero of the fire and the safety. Kurt Weldon, Paul Sarbanes. I don't know how many of you remember Paul Sarbanes. He was from Maryland. He retired, and he set up the memorial in Emmitsburg. I'm talking a second about those. Those programs have provided billions of dollars to ensure that fire departments across the country have the equipment and training they need to do their jobs safely and effectively. Now, a lot of federal programs have faced us cuts recently. Fortunately, however, we have succeeded in protecting both fire and safer in last year's appropriations bills. We're going to do the same this fiscal year. I pledge to you that. Last year, we also passed the bipartisan Honoring Our Fallen Heroes Act, recognizing the terrible toll that occupational cancer takes on firefighters. Thanks to your tireless advocacy, and let me say something about that, Sarah, thank you for being here in Washington. It makes a difference. It makes a difference when you talk to a member of Congress and you give him your personal experiences and the experiences of your brothers and sisters in the fire. It makes a difference. Because they come up to me and tell me, you know, I talked to somebody from Boston or Milwaukee or some rural area or whatever, and they told me they had this problem. I said, yes. And they said, I want to help. So what you do, visiting here in Washington, talking to your local members, and talking to them at home, and hopefully they come to your house. And if they don't come to your house, you tell them they need to come to your house. They need to walk through the halls. They need to walk through the bunk room. They need to see the apparatus. They need to see what you do every day at a moment's call. So thanks to your tireless advocacy, we ensure that the families of those we lose to cancer receive the same benefits we provide to the family of those who lose their lives in line of duty. I know how much that recognition and support means. I lost my wife to cancer. But you're exposed every day almost to materials that can be carcinogenic. And so it is appropriate that we recognize that that is a part of being online, on duty. One of the most solemn days each year is when we stand together in Emmitsburg to honor the fallen firefighters who have lost their lives in one way or another in the performance of their duty on behalf of our communities, on behalf of our country. The toll of the bells is a reminder of the toll that this crucial work takes on you. I met a firefighter from New York outside before we came in here, Ed, and we all know the horrific price that firefighters paid as they ran towards the building. But it also reminds us that the hottest fires forge not only the strongest steel, but also the strongest firefighters. Know that while this may be my last year in Congress, I'll keep fighting. I'll keep fighting for what you do and for you and for your brothers and sisters, for their safety and their ability to be as effective as possible and be safe in the process. When you go into a smoke-filled building, you're told, always know your way out. My friends, I'm now following the hose line. I'm following the hose line out so that others can come in. But that doesn't mean I'm leaving the crew. I will always stand for you, as you have always stood for not only me and my family, and the squirrels were the least of your worries. God blesses America. We've said that all the time. But ladies and gentlemen, God blesses America through the service of those who make our lives safer, more confident, and better. You bless America. God bless you as well. Thank you very much.
Stenny, we have a small token of appreciation for the decades of loyalty, service, and leadership that you've bestowed upon us and our families, making our jobs safer, making our families safer, and making the citizens who we swore an oath to protect safer. And we have voted by unanimous consent of the Executive Board to bestow honorary membership in the IAFF to you, and now you owe us dues money. See Treasurer Lima on the way out. Thank you, Stephanie. Come over here.
Said he's collecting dues on the way out.
Yeah. Cash is fine. Our next speaker may be new to Washington, but he's already building a reputation as someone willing to work across the aisle to tackle the tough issues. A lifelong Pennsylvanian and business leader, Congressman Rob Bresnahan understands that labor and management can work together and succeed together. In fact, as a third-generation electrical contractor, Rob served on the board of IBEW Local 163 in Luzerne County and was the first Republican ever endorsed by that local. That endorsement speaks to something we all believe. Labor issues are bipartisan issues. Since coming to Congress, Rob has been a supporter of several IAFF priorities, including expanding the no tax on overtime provision and advancing national collective bargaining legislation. He's been an ally in our fight against occupational cancer, co-sponsoring the Honor Act and the PFAS Alternative Act. Rob has also stood with our federal firefighters as a co-sponsor of the Shutdown Fairness Act, ensuring they receive the pay they have earned when Washington shuts down the government. Please join me in welcoming a new friend and already a trusted ally, Congressman Bob Bresnahan. Rob.
Well, good morning. I'm a little confused on timing here with daylight saving, so I think we're still technically in the morning. But I want to say thank you for having me this morning. It is an honor to join you for your annual legislative conference. And I'll tell you, it was 2016 I attended my first legislative fly-in with the National Electrical Contractors Association. And it's that what had sparked the fire, no pun intended, in my belly to ever consider a life of public service. So something that we really appreciate as members when you're on the Hill is when we get to hear directly from you, really what matters and how we can actually effectuate change. And I also want to thank the leadership of the International Association of Firefighters for the work that you do every day representing these men and women who run towards danger to protect the rest of us. Across northeastern Pennsylvania and across the country, the firefighters around the clock, whether it's a structure fire in the middle of the night, a highway accident during a snowstorm, or flooding after a devastating torrential rainfall, you often are the first on the scene and the last to leave. That commitment deserves more than just words of gratitude. It deserves real support from the United States House of Representatives. Since coming to Washington, one of my priorities has been making sure firefighters in my district have the resources that they need to do their job safely. A few months ago, we were able to tour one of the manufacturers of fire apparatus, which is actually manufactured in the northern part of my district. And looking at the escalation cost of material, the lead time on material, it is absolutely staggering as to what the delay is and the cost of these pieces of equipment actually are. I've heard from nearly every fire department in my district about these rising costs, the timeline of the actual apparatus in which you need, from air packs to regular jacks and hoists and lifts and ladders. It's frustrating. So I give you all a lot of credit for finding the resources within inside of your departments to make do sometimes when it's just nearly not enough. Earlier this year, we were able to secure $1.17 million for the West End Fire Company in Monroe County for a new rescue and a new engine. And that still didn't cover enough for the full acquisition cost of both pieces of apparatus. Investments like this help ensure firefighters have the equipment that they need to respond quickly and safely when emergencies happen. So supporting firefighters also means strengthening recruitment, expanding training opportunities, and helping departments attract the next generation of first responders. Whether it's a paid department or a volunteer department, that is the common denominator. Well, besides the escalating cost of equipment, but the inability or the frustrations when it comes to the actual recruitment. We have many departments, on average, between 300 and 400 calls a year, and sometimes you're depending on between 10 and 15 people. And that still includes having the ability to respond, get into a vehicle, make it to the station, and then ultimately get out to the emergency. So across rural and suburban communities like those in northeastern Pennsylvania, many departments rely heavily on those volunteers, and the recruiting and retaining firefighters has become increasingly difficult. That's why I introduced the Helping Our Heroes Act, a bipartisan legislation to support the volunteer firefighters and first responders who keep our rural communities safe without pay and with limited resources. I've also supported efforts to expand death benefits for firefighters who die from job-related cancer, invest in safer gear that protects against toxic chemical exposures through the PFAS Alternatives Act, and strengthen workplace protections for public safety professionals. I'm also proud to be one of the most pro-labor Republicans in Congress, which is why I supported the Federal Firefighters Families First Act to ensure firefighters are properly compensated for the hours that they work and the risks that they take in the line of duty. This legislation is one of several that I've backed to strengthen pay, benefits, and working conditions for the firefighters and first responders who keep our communities safe. When a tone goes off, you don't answer it by deciding if that person calling is a Republican or a Democrat. You show up and you do the job. I believe Congress should take the same approach when it comes to supporting you. I will continue working with colleagues on both sides of the aisles to ensure Washington has your backs, because you have our backs in our times of need. On behalf of the people that I represent in Pennsylvania's 8th Congressional District, thank you for your courage, your sacrifice, and for the work that you do each and every day to help keep our community safe.
I do know a firefighter if you let me go.
Thank you really very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Congressman. Our next speaker has been a steadfast ally to firefighters and working people throughout his time in Congress. Senator Ed Markey first came to Washington representing Boston and its suburbs, and since 2013, he has served as one of our Commonwealth's 2 senators. As a Boston native myself, I'm proud to welcome someone who has long stood with the IAFF and with unions all across Massachusetts and beyond. Ed has been with us in some of the most important fights we've taken on, from repealing the WEP and GPO to tackling cancer in the fire service and the PFAS exposures that threaten firefighters and our communities. Today, he's working with the IAFF to take on the private equity firms driving up the costs of our ladder trucks and engine companies nationwide. Ed has also been a consistent voice for labor in Congress, supporting stronger pensions and fair tax relief for working people. Firefighters in Massachusetts and across the IAFF know we can count on Ed Markey when it matters most. Please join me in welcoming my Senator, Ed Markey. By the way, our proudly endorsed candidate for re-election.
Yeah. Thank you, President Kelly, my great friend. We go back to the beginning of recorded time up in Boston, and thank you for your great leadership. It's always great to be with Edzo and with the firefighters. And I know that Rich McKinnon, the president of the Massachusetts firefighters, is here. Jay Colbert is here. Just so many leaders from Massachusetts and New England have joined us here today. And we're proud because we go back to the very beginning of firefighting in the 17th century. It's a long tradition in Boston.
Longer than Philadelphia.
Philadelphia, yeah. So to every firefighter here this morning, I want to thank you for your commitment to public service. You keep our community safe, and I'm very glad that we're in this together because we do have a fire on our hands. And no one knows that better than all of you that organized labor is under an all-out assault. A team of arsonists have tried to unilaterally cut off funding for public safety and emergency preparedness while stripping workers of their labor rights. This puts everything at risk, including fire service programs, grants, and the agencies which you rely upon. Those agencies are there for a reason. Those agencies got created because of your lobbying. Those agencies are staffed because of your lobbying over many, many decades. Some of them are even trying to gut FEMA. And we're talking about the Federal Emergency Management Agency that provides grants to help you buy protective gear, help you get the training, help you get the equipment which you need. And it also provides funding to recruit and retain firefighters themselves. Supporting it is essential. They're also trying to gut the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health, which keeps our workers safe on the job, and dismantle as well the National Labor Relations Board. I'm going to continue to fight for safer assistance to firefighters grants, fire prevention and safety grants. We're not seeing any support for the PRO Act from the same people who pay lip service to American workers and undermine workers at every opportunity. So let me be clear. No firefighting positions should be put in jeopardy because of political gains here in Washington, D.C. The ultimate agenda is clear: steal from working people to enrich the wealthy. But we can see right through this game. We can't allow the funding in these programs, in these agencies, to get looted and then be given over in tax breaks to billionaires. That money is at the level at which it's at, going into the hands of communities all across the country in order to provide the services which we had decided was absolutely essential. And if anyone thinks that union workers are going to roll over as their jobs and families and futures are threatened, well, I think that the people in this room have a message for them. You're not going away. This is going to be a fight, and it's a fight that you're going to win. Because on this issue and on all the other issues I just listed, there's one thing that separates you from them. You are right, and they are wrong. And ultimately, that is what is going to happen, because you're not pawns in some larger game that is being played. You shouldn't have to worry about coming home with cancer or other diseases because your turnout gear has toxic forever chemicals in it. As Eddie said, I have been working to remove those chemicals. I've been on that committee in Congress for my entire career, and I've made that and asbestos, TCE, I've made them my targets to get the rulemakings put together to ensure that those chemicals are removed from our society, because you're the ones who ultimately are the ones who are endangered. Even more than the flames, it is those chemicals that ultimately endanger you. So historically, we've won stronger transparency requirements, testing standards, regulations on the chemicals you're exposed to in the line of duty, including those cancer-causing flame retardants. And all I know is this, that when you clock in to work, you have to return safely at the end of the day. And I promise you that I'm going to continue to do everything in my power to ensure that when firefighters take their oath, they will return home to their families at the end of their careers, cancer-free and able to enjoy their retirement that they have earned. So that is my goal. And I'm proud that Massachusetts, thank you, Eddie, is already leading the way in getting PFAS out of gear. But we need to make that the national standard to ensure that the gear meant to keep firefighters around the country safe doesn't get you sick. You shouldn't have to worry about rundown fire stations, rundown equipment. Just on Friday, I was out in Monson in Massachusetts, where I had been able to secure $1 million for their fire station to help renovate and repair their fire station, crumbling infrastructure, outdated buildings. It's just a community of 8,000 people, but we have to help them with that funding, the $1 million to them, but we have to think of that as just a down payment on every community in Massachusetts and every community across our country. We're the richest nation on earth. We should have the funding to help local communities with all of their fire infrastructure. And you shouldn't have to worry about your communications equipment. The funding should be there. That's why I fought and was the leader to protect the T-band spectrum you rely upon every single day. It's why I'm leading the fight to keep AM radio in electric vehicles so that they don't take it out, because that's the emergency alert system in many communities in our country. It is the AM radio system. Elon Musk wants to take it out of all new electric vehicles. I'm saying, no, you've got to keep it in. People know the station they turn to get the emergency information. We've got to keep it in, because we need to ensure that guaranteed information is there. As Eddie is saying, I'm fighting to keep private equity out of owning all of the equipment companies, all of the fire stations. That's in my soul, to make sure that we guarantee that that all of this isn't just private equity sucking out an extra 20 or 30% for their own personal enrichment, but then leaving all of the communities across our country with prices that they can no longer afford. We have to stand up and make sure that we give those protections as well. Eddie and I, last January, we were in the White House, and we were together. We got a great picture together. 40 years ago, as a young congressman, I voted no on denying public employees, firefighters, their retirement benefit for Social Security. I voted no. Now, the Democratic leadership in the United States, a lot of it came from Massachusetts. They wanted me to vote yes because they wanted to cut a deal with the Republicans. I voted no. And then I introduced, with a few other people, the bill to restore those benefits. And last January, in the White House, Edzo and I were there when President Biden signed that bill. And that's for 3 million public employees in the country who will get hundreds of dollars a month for the rest of their lives in pensions that they had been denied. And I'm very proud of that, because I know the company that my father worked for on the last day, they just came in and said, John, we know that you worked hard for the company, but we're not sure the pension's going to be there. My father had been a union vice president, and they just said, so we'll give you an option of just a lump sum half pension here on the last day, or just run the risk that the pension won't be there. And my father had a double ulcer within 6 months, because he had been so loyal. So I channeled this passion about pensions being protected, about earned benefits being there as a part of my very being. And the Social Security Fairness Act is at the heart of that. It is to make sure that all of you, all of your families, all of the people who have ever been firefighters get the benefit which they are entitled to. So that is my commitment to you, that I am going to continue to fight insistently and persistently and consistently every single day on the floor of the United States Senate in order to protect your hard-earned benefits. I'm going to make sure those programs that are on the books are fully funded. I'm going to make sure that the safety measures are fully funded. I'm going to make sure that the EPA and the other agencies responsible for the banning of chemicals that can kill firefighters are fully funded, and that they are not allowed to dismantle that regulatory system that increasingly has been successful in banning all of those chemicals. That is what my commitment is to you. I am not going to agonize, I am going to organize, because I know that's what you guys do every single day as firefighters. And we can work together in order to make this a better, safer, healthier workplace for firefighters, and I give you my commitment. I will do that every single day. I thank you, Edzo, and I thank all the firefighters for what you do every single day of the year. Thank you.
Easily our most significant legislation in a generation. But her work with firefighters and emergency medical workers didn't start there. Before coming to Congress, she built a distinguished legal career advocating for abused children and working to ensure students with disabilities receive the education and protections they deserve. Mary Gay also worked for the Wills for Heroes Foundation, providing free legal services to first responders. In Congress, she has supported the IAFF's work to confront cancer in the fire service and worked closely with our members of Local F61 at the Philadelphia Shipyard in her district. Please join me in welcoming a loyal friend and ally, Congresswoman Mary Gay Scanlon. Mary Gay.
Okay, thank you all for inviting me to join you today. It's a pleasure to be with you here today at this year's legislative conference. I was sorry to miss my good friend J.D. Vance. I'm glad he was able to get off the couch to join you. But seriously, my local file president told me to tell at least one off-color joke. But it is an honor to be able to celebrate with you today after we finally passed into law the Honoring Our Fallen Heroes Act. It's hard to put into words what an accomplishment, what a lift this was for everybody. You know, after decades of seeing firefighters and other first responders and their families struggle after a death from a service-related cancer, the Public Safety Officers Benefits Program is finally going to cover cancer as a service-related death. So I've met a lot of families who've lost a loved one, struggling to put the pieces together and trying to make ends meet. I mean, it's hard enough when your family suffers that loss, but too often, that's the primary breadwinner. And then you also have to struggle with supporting the family. So while it's going to take some time for the new claims to be processed, the PSOB benefit is going to be life-changing money for thousands of families around the country. I was really honored when IAFF asked me to lead the bill after the passing of Bill Pascrell. Bill was a dear friend and an outstanding member of Congress from New Jersey, a character straight out of Central Casting. He had sharp wit and a sharp tongue, but a great love for his district and especially for firefighters. So it was a big mantle to take on, but I was really eager to do it because I've been a big fan of firefighters since before I ever thought of running for Congress. My father-in-law was a volunteer with the Oakland, New Jersey Fire Department for more than 50 years, and my sister's husband is a battalion chief with a fire company in New Hampshire. And between 2005 and 2018, as mentioned, I helped spearhead the national expansion of the Wills for Heroes program to provide free legal help for first responders. So when I came into office, I was really, really pleased to learn that one of my constituents was a passionate and persistent advocate for firefighters. Many of you may know Joe Love. Joe is a tireless advocate for our federal firefighters at the Philadelphia Navy Yard. And it's because of his advocacy that we were able to fix the broken Navy Mid-Atlantic scheduling system that kept his firefighters from seeing their spouses and their kids. It was Joe's advocacy that led me to work with the IAFF to pass into law minimum staffing standards for DoD firefighters. And ultimately, Joe was able to connect me to all of you to find a path forward for our Honoring Our Fallen Heroes Act. When we introduced the bill just over a year ago, the goal was to pass it into law by the end of the fiscal year. It was a monumental effort given the headwinds of the current political environment, but we did it. I can't thank all of you enough for your work to get us to this point. Everything from meeting with your members of Congress to writing and calling their offices. It made all the difference. Every time I went to the House floor and I was handing out note cards with the information about the bill to my colleagues, your advocacy made members more receptive to joining us in the fight. We also worked with committee leaders and House leadership from both parties to press them on the urgency of this bill and to find a path forward in an unusually polarized Congress. All in all, by last fall, we had gathered over 180 bipartisan co-sponsors, giving the bill the critical mass of support that it needed to get across the finish line as part of the National Defense Authorization Act. It's must-pass legislation that Congress considers every year. And so it was signed into law in December, and I would be really remiss if I didn't mention Dean Isharopoulos, our legislative assistant, who was behind this every step of the way. So we've made huge progress. The fight for benefits is not yet over. The Department of Justice still needs to implement the changes to the Public Safety Officers Benefits Program. So we are hearing from PSOB Program Office that the expanded eligibility criteria can be implemented quickly, but we're going to continue to pressure the Department of Justice to make sure they don't drag their feet. Changing the law is great, but it doesn't mean anything until families get the money that they are owed. So we know there are a lot of serious issues facing our firefighters that Congress can help to solve. Across the nation, federal firefighters are underpaid and federal fire departments are understaffed. Nowhere is this more true than with our wildfire firefighters, who are confronted each year with more and more severe wildfires. Now more than ever, they need our support. And particularly under this administration, when labor rights are under attack, where the NLRB has been gutted, there's a refusal to pass the PRO Act, and there are attacks on the right to organize. And it's a time when talk about supporting our first responders is not enough. It's a time we need to act. Nationwide, both our career and volunteer fire departments continue to be plagued with staffing, recruitment, and retention issues. This issue is particularly critical in regions like mine, which historically relied upon small volunteer fire companies that were rooted in their local communities and are having transitioning to this world. All too often, our fire departments also lack the funding for new and better equipment. In recent years, we've seen the price of fire engines and trucks, equipment, and software skyrocket as private equity has bought up competing companies, jacking up prices and degrading the quality and service. We can't allow public safety to be jeopardized by corporate greed, and we're working on some legislative solutions to this problem. Each of these issues should be a no-brainer for Congress. To me, the question is very simple. Do you support public safety? And do you support first responders? These are simple questions that somehow have not found simple answers in Washington, but there is reason to hope. The Honoring Our Fallen Heroes Act demonstrated that there exists a large bipartisan coalition that's willing and able to advance common sense solutions to the problems facing our firefighters. And we have reason to believe that our Congressional Fire Services Caucus could expand with the addition of at least one IAFF member this year. So the attendees at today's conference are a testament to the fact that when we work together, we win. And I look forward to notching many more victories with all of you together in the future. So thank you.
Thank you, Mary Jo. Thank you for your work. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Our next speaker has been a passionate advocate for public safety and a strong partner to the IAFF throughout her time in the Senate. As the co-chair of the Congressional Fire Services Caucus, Senator Amy Klobuchar has taken on our priorities as her own, working to make sure firefighters have the resources we need to make a dangerous job as safe as it can be. Amy began her own journey in public service as a citizen advocate, successfully urging the Minnesota legislature to protect health care coverage for new mothers. She knows firsthand that what we are doing here this week matters. Since coming to Washington in 2007, Senator Klobuchar has been a steadfast defender of the AFG and SAFER grant programs and a leading voice in the fight to repeal the WEP GPO. But most significantly, Amy was our Senate champion on the Honor Act. Her determination was inspired in part by the story of our brother, Mike Pater, from St. Paul, Minnesota, Local 21, who died in 2020 after a 6-month battle with occupational cancer. When she learned that the Pater family was denied federal line of duty death benefits, despite Mike's job-related illness, Amy led the effort to develop and secure passage of the Honor Act, expanding the PSOB coverage for survivors of our fallen. And when that victory was won, she asked, what's up next? Senator Klobuchar immediately joined us in confronting the private equity firms that are driving up the cost of fire trucks across the country. We are deeply grateful for her tireless support of firefighters, our families, and our communities. Please join me in welcoming our dear friend, Senator Amy Klobuchar.
Hey everyone, I'm ready for St. Patrick's Day, okay? It's a little early, but my state needs a little happiness right now. And I think, we've been at the center of America's heartbreak, but we've also done some really great things, and we're at the center of America's courage and hope. And one of those reasons that I am so happy to be representing my state are the firefighters from Minnesota that are here, including from Minneapolis and Edina, Burnsville. Also, I wanted to mention Scott and Kyle particularly for their work in making sure that we got this really important bill over the line this year. So I will say that this is always an Olympic-sized room with all of you. I had to bring up the Olympics because what state got the most medals? Not Massachusetts. Minnesota, okay, and I'm not even counting the individual men and women's hockey team players. We actually did, and we got a notable medals in the sport of curling, which I know you guys were all watching very carefully. They made me try it in Duluth, and I thought it was gonna end my career at that moment with trying to push the 42-pound stone and then try sweeping. So I wanted to specifically talk about the Honoring Our Fallen Heroes Act. A lot of people had given up hope on that bill, but you never did. Your members never did, Ed never did, and certainly Julie Piter, the widow of Mike Piter, never gave up. And for a long time, we had to find a co-sponsor in the Senate, and we got Senator Kramer of North Dakota. He and I have worked together on a number of things. And after that, we were sort of parted the waters and were able to get a whole lot more sponsors on both sides of the aisle to get it done. And so whether it was working on the bill's language or wrangling up co-sponsors, sharing stories of your brave colleagues that were lost to cancer, or even helping to find a way to fund the bill, always key in Washington, the firefighters and families never gave up, came back. And I want to specifically thank my staff member, Adam, who I know was on a panel earlier, who did a great job on this bill. So Mike, I just want to talk about Mike because he was really our inspiration for this bill. Over the course of his 15-year career with the Maple Grove Fire Department and then the St. Paul Fire Department, he was involved in 1,600 fire runs and 4,800 EMT runs. He helped people through times of crisis, and he saved countless lives. On the job, he was exposed to toxic substances, especially back, of course, when we didn't know some of the preventative measures that can be taken that are now the rule, of course. In 2020, Mike learned he had an aggressive form of leukemia. He died just over 6 months later, leaving behind Julie and their children, Matthew and Megan. In 2021, Julie worked directly with IAFF Local 21 to make the case that Mike's cancer resulted from his job. Because of their efforts, the Minnesota Department of Public Safety awarded line of duty benefits to his family. It was the first time that Minnesota extended death benefits to the family of a firefighter who died of cancer. That was the right thing to do, but there was more, and that was to bring this out to the whole nation. The bill that we passed, and thanks to the hard work to get it through the House after we got it done in the Senate, and then getting the White House to support it, all work that you and your members and your leadership did. The bill ensures that benefits at the federal level are fair. Firefighters and other emergency responders across the country who lose their lives to service-related cancers or become permanently and totally disabled are now eligible to receive benefits under the Federal Public Safety Officer Benefits Program. But we know our work is not done. It's never done, or you wouldn't be here today. And that means making sure you've got the equipment you need. That means making sure that we've got the resources to help you with these benefits. And I will say that as co-chair of the Congressional Fire Services Caucus, I'm going to continue to stand by your side to make sure you get what you need. That means the Safer and Assistance to Firefighter grant programs, and that means looking out for you when it comes to your benefits. I still remember the call that I got from Ed after the last election, and things were looking a little bleak on the Democratic side of the aisle, I'll say, from our perspective, but he called and said, we need to get that Social Security bill done. And I teamed up with Sherrod Brown, who had lost his election but was still standing up to get this done. And we worked with a bunch of people on the Democratic side and the Republican side, and we got that bill signed into law. So that is an example of the firefighters. And then I thought, how are we going to get this toxic substance bill done when we got that other bill done? But you were so smart to go through your union and to work in this way together and to be creative about how to get things done. You got that done too. So in my mind, when unions are strong, our economy is strong, and our safety is strong, and when that's strong, America is strong. And that's what IAFF is all about. So I shared with some of you my personal story, which I'll end with here, and that is that I wouldn't be standing up here if it wasn't for unions. My grandpa worked as a Teamster, and he later got a job in the mines up in Ely, Minnesota. He never graduated from high school, and he would go down in this cage 1,500 feet underground every single day to support not just his family, but he actually had 8 brothers and sisters, and his parents died really young, probably because there weren't unions in place to protect the mines way back then. So that's what he did. And then he raised, along with my grandma, in this tiny little house in this hardscrabble mining town, my dad and his brother Dick. My dad went on to go to a 2-year college, and then he ended up at the University of Minnesota, and he became a newspaper man. And he went from that hardscrabble mining town to cover the Minnesota Vikings. Oh, come on, pretend you're cheering. Hey! Yeah, thank you, thank you. He also wrote a book that is sadly still relevant today called Will the Vikings Ever Win the Super Bowl? And so I know this. My mom, I wouldn't have been here, of course. My mom, she taught 2nd grade until she was 70 years old, and she was a really proud member of the Teachers Union. So I stand before you today because of unions. The granddaughter of a union member when the unions came into the mines. There was my grandpa, the daughter of a union newspaperman and a union teacher, and the first woman elected to represent the state of Minnesota in the U.S. Senate. None of that would have happened without unions. So when I think about the heroes here, I think about IAFF member Adam Finseth, a firefighter paramedic in Burnsville, who made the ultimate sacrifice alongside 2 police officers responding to a domestic violence call. I went to that funeral. 7 children they saved, 7 children. And as Burnsville police officer Adam Medlicott, who answered the call with those fallen heroes but survived, said during the memorial service, "We were there for 7 children. Nothing could be more honorable." And this is the type of uncommon goodness and heroism that is consistently shown by your members, like Battalion Chiefs John Morrison Jr. and Frank Harwood, Idaho IAFF members who were killed in an ambush attack last year. Fire Engineer David Tisdall, who was also shot, managing to avert law enforcement to the shooter by activating the mic on his lapel with his chin. For his heroism, he was presented with the Idaho Medal of Honor. So I know you know and work with these people every single day, but for us, we hold you in awe. Along this journey that you are on, you know you have the support of your community. You know you have the support of Congress. As one firefighter in my state that just did a 150-mile walk from Duluth to St. Paul to spread the awareness of firefighter health said, Firefighters don't care about what your politics are, your creed, your religion. They just want to help you out. It's uncommon selflessness. You are the guardian angels of so many people you'll never meet and may not remember your name. But let me tell you, we do. Thank you.
You're the best, Amy. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is a governor who understands the issues facing firefighters and emergency medical workers. Since taking office, Governor Josh Shapiro has worked closely with the IAFF members in Pennsylvania to strengthen the fire service across the Commonwealth. Last year, Governor Shapiro signed legislation making it easier for firefighters in Pennsylvania to access workers' compensation benefits for job-related PTSD, a goal the Pennsylvania Professional Firefighters Association had been pursuing for nearly a decade. And in 2023, he helped the IAFF and Philadelphia Local 22 secure a $22 million SAFER grant to reopen 3 fire companies that had been closed for nearly 15 years due to budget cuts. Before becoming governor, Josh served in the Pennsylvania State House and as Attorney General. Throughout his career, he has earned a reputation as a pragmatic leader, willing to work across the aisle to get things done. Please join me in welcoming Governor Josh Shapiro. Governor?
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I want to begin by saying thank you to President Kelly. I am grateful for our partnership. I'm grateful for the trust that we've built in one another. I'm grateful for the ability to just pick up the phone and be able to work through an issue or bullshit about something. And I want you to know, for me, I've got an extraordinarily high bar when it comes to liking a Celtics fan, as a Sixers fan. And this guy managed to exceed that bar and then some. But in all sincerity, I really do appreciate you. I appreciate the work you do leading this International Association of Firefighters every day. This organization is a powerful force in the Commonwealth and across this great country. And I want to tell you, it's a real honor for me to have a few minutes to address you here this morning. It's a privilege to be able to be here with many of our nation's dedicated and brave public servants. And I want to shout out one, my dear and very, very close friend, Bob Brooks, who leads the way for us as the president of the Pennsylvania Firefighters Association. And with my help, and thousands of Pennsylvanians who I know have his back, next year when he addresses you, he'll be addressing you with a new title next to his name, but he will always be a firefighter. To each and every firefighter and first responder who is here today, I want to say thank you for the work you do to keep our community safe each and every day. You obviously run toward danger to keep others safe, just like thousands of firefighters across and police officers across our Commonwealth every day. If you'll allow me, I'd like to just take a moment to say that yesterday, late at night, Pennsylvania tragically lost one of our heroes when Pennsylvania State Police Corporal Timothy O'Connor was killed in the line of duty. Last night and into the early morning hours today, I spent time with his wife, Casey, and his parents, Maureen and Tim, at the hospital. I got to hear about Tim. He was a great cop, a cop's cop, and a public servant who dedicated his life to keeping his fellow Pennsylvanians safe. He was a loving dad to a little girl. and he was a great husband and a good man. He should be able to see his little girl grow up. Our entire Commonwealth this morning is mourning his loss. We stand with the O'Connors and the entire Pennsylvania State Police family. Tim was the best of us, and may his memory be a blessing. He embodied the work that our law enforcement and firefighters and first responders do every single day. You all put on a uniform, you go to work, you answer the call to serve your neighbors and put our well-being first. Look, I've always known how important your work is. And it's been a point of pride to me throughout my career to be able to stand with our first responders, our firefighters, and deliver for you throughout my career as a state representative, as a county commissioner, as the Attorney General of Pennsylvania, and now as its 48th governor. One of the things I've enjoyed most about being governor is to get to travel across the Commonwealth and meet and say thank you to your brothers and sisters. I spent a lot of time with firefighters all across Pennsylvania, including our IAFF leadership from locals in Harrisburg and Erie, Mount Lebanon, near Pittsburgh, and in Pittsburgh, Bethlehem, Lancaster, and Altoona. Listening to your brothers and sisters tell me about what they need from our elected leaders so that your members can continue to do their job every day and run into burning buildings to keep the rest of us safe. I've always appreciated your members, but I must say it hit home for me in a new way when I witnessed firsthand the heroism of our local firefighters and first responders. About a year ago, my family and I were targeted by an arsonist who tried to kill me and my family while we slept when he broke into the governor's residence in Harrisburg and with a handful of Molotov cocktails set our home ablaze. It was just a few hours after we had finished a community Passover Seder. As my wife and I frenetically gathered our kids and our dogs and rushed out of the house, those local firefighters from Harrisburg rushed in. That image of us passing in the hallways is seared in my memory. I will never, ever forget that. They worked quickly with great professionalism to put out the fire. And Lori and I will always be grateful for their professionalism, their bravery, and their sense of duty in these challenging moments. But I know that wasn't just some isolated act of heroism. It's what firefighters do every single day in communities all across Pennsylvania and all across this country. You are the very best of us, and I want you to know I will always have your backs, always. While some at the federal level are hell-bent on cutting emergency response funding, attacking unions, taking away your right to organize, I want you to know that in Pennsylvania, we respect the union way of life. We are protecting it, and we are investing in it. And on my watch, Pennsylvania will never be a right-to-work state. Your power to organize will always, always be protected. Always. Thank you. But I want you to know, in Pennsylvania, we don't just play defense against bad federal policies or bad-intentioned legislators in our capital. We're playing offense, too, and we're investing in your members. That's why, under my administration's leadership, we've made it a priority to deliver the resources our first responders and firefighters need to do this difficult job. We've driven out $143 million in grants to over 2,500 fire companies all across Pennsylvania to help them pay for equipment, training, facility upgrades, and operational costs. I believe I'll be at one of those fire halls this week with Bob talking about this. On top of that, we had an additional $60 million in low-interest loans that we've distributed to 274 fire and EMS companies specifically for equipment replacement and upgrades. We've delivered dedicated resources for urban search and rescue to prepare first responders, firefighters, and others for large-scale emergencies, and we even created a new team in the western part of our state out by Pittsburgh. We've made sure to secure an increase in the 911 surcharge, sending more vitally important resources to the 911 centers and first responders on the front lines when emergency strikes. We're delivering more resources under my leadership, but I recognize we've also got a lot more to do to deliver peace of mind that firefighters will always be protected if they get hurt on the job. That's why I signed into law a bill that finally allows Pennsylvania first responders to receive workers' comp for post-traumatic stress injuries and makes the criteria for establishing PTSI claim a whole lot more transparent and a whole lot easier. I pushed hard to make this a new law, and it is now in our Commonwealth. But I want you to know I'm not done getting stuff done for all of you. My budget proposal this year builds on that foundation to deliver even more for the Commonwealth's firefighters. First, it creates a new competitive $30 million funding stream for fire companies on top of those existing funds. These new competitive grants will allow fire companies to make significant one-time purchases. Look, the Commonwealth already provides some funding for fire companies, but let's be real, our current system doesn't allow for them to make these major investments like repairing a fire hall or buying a new truck or other big ticket items. This new grant initiative helps to begin to solve that problem, and you can rest assured we're going to follow through. Second, I'm pushing lawmakers in Pennsylvania to put a bill on my desk that looks out not just for you, but for the families that stand behind you. I know public service is a family commitment, and I appreciate the service that your families provide that allows you to do this work. I'm asking lawmakers to send me a bill to make any first responder on the job in Pennsylvania during a disaster declaration eligible for death and workers' comp benefits. We believe that is a critically important reform. Right now, first responders aren't eligible for those benefits, and I want to fix that. And third, I'm calling on the Pennsylvania General Assembly to pass legislation that ensures cancer screenings are covered by insurers for firefighters. Those dollars should never come out of the pockets of firefighters. Your members are exposed to toxic chemicals every day. We've got to look out for them and ensure they can get tested regularly at no cost out of their pockets or out of their families' bank accounts. Look, I want to close with this. In Pennsylvania, I hope it is clear to you that we've got our firefighters' backs because we respect you and we appreciate the work that you do every day. And we recognize that our Commonwealth has played a unique role in both firefighting and emergency response throughout the country. You see, way back in 1736, Ben Franklin, one of my predecessors as the leader of Pennsylvania, a founding father, maybe the greatest inventor of the last 300 years, and most importantly, a volunteer firefighter, created the Union Fire Company in Philadelphia. It was the first formally organized fire company of its kind in the colonies, and it served as a model that spread across the country. I want to thank your president for respectfully correcting Senator Markey earlier when he tried to claim credit in Massachusetts. It is indeed Pennsylvania and Philadelphia that started it all.
Sold it.
The Philadelphia Fire Department, we all know and respect today, well, it has its roots in the company Ben Franklin founded all those years ago. On the other side of our Commonwealth, Pittsburgh was home to the Freedom House Ambulance Service, the first emergency medical service in the United States operated by specially trained paramedics. That was established back in 1967. The Freedom House Ambulance Service trained black men and women in Pittsburgh as the first EMTs, and their success in saving lives has served as a model for the rest of the nation. In Pennsylvania, our first responders live up to that proud legacy every day, and we are proud to be a model to the rest of the nation. You help our neighbors on the worst of their days. You do it with incredible skill and compassion and courage. And so on behalf of myself, my entire administration, and my family, and on behalf of the good people of Pennsylvania, I want you to know you all have my gratitude. And I want you to know in me, you've got a governor who will always have your back and who will continue to look out for you. So may God bless you and watch over you, and may God continue to give you the strength to do this important work you do every day to keep your fellow Americans safe. Thank you all very, very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor, and please extend our heartfelt condolences to the O'Malley family on their loss. God bless that police officer. Senator Padilla is a fierce advocate for firefighters in California and all across this great country. Since coming to the United States Senate in 2021, Alex has been a reliable partner to the IAFF on some of the most important priorities, including reauthorizing the AFG and SAFER grant programs, repealing the Social Security WEP GPO penalties, and securing important protections for our 16th district members, like federal minimum staffing requirements for Department of Defense firefighters. As a member of the Senate Judiciary Committee, Senator Padilla also played an important role in advancing the Honor Act, helping move the legislation through committee and supporting it on the Senate floor. His commitment to working people is rooted in his own upbringing. The son of a cook and a housekeeper, he learned early the value of standing shoulder to shoulder with working families. Earlier in his career, Alex served as California Secretary of State and was a member of the State Senate and the LA City Council. He was also, I don't know how well this went, but he was the roommate of General Secretary Treasurer Frank Lima. I think it was a little bit of a dun, 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 dun. But our dear friend Alex Padilla. Alex, come on up.
Good to see you.
All right, it's officially a good afternoon. Good afternoon, firefighters.
Good afternoon.
And thank you for the invitation to join you here in Washington, D.C. And I especially want to thank the California delegation. California in the house? Not only for your support, not only for the numbers, but for bringing 70-degree weather to Washington, D.C., because we haven't seen this in months. It's a thrill, as always, to be with all of you. And General President Kelly, he can't exaggerate enough about our partnership, our friendship, and how I'm willing to go to bat for you guys in the United States Senate. So I want to thank the leadership, of course, for bringing all of you from around the country, not just to the hotel, but in short order to the halls of Congress, to make sure your voices are heard, your issues are understood, and your needs are met. That's what happens when y'all come to Capitol Hill. And I know that while you're here doing the good work of IAFF, you have colleagues that are back home in the firehouses, still answering the call, still responding to emergencies, both fire and medical and everything that comes their way. And we keep them in mind as we do the business this week. But my first and foremost message is really thank you. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your commitment. Thank you for your willingness to put it on the line. Firefighters are literally the very best when it comes to public service. You've heard it from others before, and I'm going to say it again. We know all too well that when there is an emergency, when there's that fire, when there's that car crash, when there's a wildfire, and not just California, but other places around the West, when most people run and move away from danger, y'all's instinct is to go towards it, right? To help address it, help tackle it, help try to save lives, help try to protect property. And one of the biggest examples of that commitment and your bravery came a little bit more than a year ago. So I represent California, and last January, not exactly fire season, by the way, we saw some of the biggest natural disasters hit the state of California, if not the country. The Palisades fire, the Eaton fire, conditions you couldn't even have imagined. I remember taking a tour of the area with your Secretary Treasurer Lima here while the flames were still burning, and not just seeing house after house after house that was gone and one random lucky soul that was still there, but charred vehicles. I started to look in Frankie's face. He's like, I've responded to a lot of car fires before. This is not normal. Right? It's the example of the unprecedented conditions, the intensity of the heat combined with the winds that grew those disasters to cover 60,000 acres combined. Do we have any New York firefighters here? 3.5 times the size of Manhattan, if you can imagine that, is what burned in California last January. 16,000 structures, 31 Californians' lives lost. And I call that example as big as it was because it was also a point of pride. 7,500 firefighters deployed to California from other states. And not just our neighboring states of Oregon and Washington and Arizona, where we have way too much practice in being there for one another in the region. Firefighters came all the way from Texas and Utah and Montana, because when disaster strikes, we do what we need to do. I guess government technically calls it mutual aid. I think this group calls it just brotherhood and sisterhood. But we need to be there for each other. We're going to do it. And when we need help, we know that our brothers and sisters are going to be there for us. That's how firefighting has always been. That's how disaster aid, by the way, to help communities rebuild, needs to continue to be. So on behalf of my constituents in California, to all the firefighters from within California and beyond who responded last January, another big thank you. Please understand how deeply we appreciate your work. And as we reflect on your service and your sacrifice, we know, just like those of us in public office, that you do not do it alone. Not just when you're here in Washington, but when you're in the firehouse and responding to those calls, you have family at home who get nervous every time you're saying, I gotta go. And they just pray for the follow-up call to say, we're done, I'm okay, and I'm coming home. Let's thank, just a round of applause, honestly, for your spouses, your children, and your families. Tell them when you get home that at least some members of the Senate and of Congress, I recognize them and thank them for their sacrifice as well. Now, you choose to do all this knowing that there are some risks involved. There's obviously the risks, immediate risks when you're confronting a fire or other type of disaster, but as many of you know all too well, and you have colleagues that know all too well, the risks don't end when the fire's been extinguished. One of the biggest issues we've been working together on is trying to address the long-term health risks that comes with the exposure to chemicals and carcinogens in your line of duty. And what I have to say about that is, while you're out there, on the front lines, whether it's in urban fires and dealing with a lot of chemical agents, or even in wildfires and everything in between, I know you're doing it for hours at a time, sometimes days at a time. And so I know General President Kelly mentioned it in the introduction, but as a member of the Senate Judiciary Committee, it was a priority. It was my honor to help move the Honoring Our Fallen Heroes Act. And not just out of committee, out of the Senate, and through the House, and signed into law last December as part of the National Defense Authorization Act. It's only right that we extend the benefits under the Public Safety Officer Benefits Program for all of you who not just risk your lives, but face those severe disabilities due to service-related cancers and other conditions. But now that it's in law, from now on, firefighters who do take that risk, not only for their lives in the moment, but their health for the long term, are guaranteed the support that you and your families deserve. And we know that cancer, while cancer is the leading cause of line of duty deaths for firefighters, we also have to do our best to try to prevent that from happening in the first place. And I know that you know that as well. That's why we're going to continue to learn from you all after each major incident. How can we constantly improve? That's where the work of NIOSH comes in, the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health, and the Firefighter Fatality Investigation and Prevention Program. The investigations that happen after incidents help inform not just what happened, but also to learn from what happened and how we can adjust protocols and procedures to prevent future tragedies by providing practical safety recommendations to departments around the country. NIOSH is also home to the National Firefighting Cancer Registry, one of the most important tools to understand the link between firefighting and cancer that will inform future investments and policies as well. That's why I was glad to see that in this last January's appropriations bill, we didn't just continue the program, but an additional $1 million went into funding the registry because of the important tool that it is. It's investments like that that we need to continue to make to ensure that we build the data and the knowledge needed to protect firefighters for decades to come. Another item that I think it's important for us to know that we've been working together on. Investing in the big policy in Congress is one thing, but just the day-to-day stuff. You know, I heard in the introduction, my career started on the Los Angeles City Council. Local 112, Frankie, you remember. And even just common sense commitments like hiring more firefighters. I don't know of an overstaffed department anywhere in the country. Maintaining adequate staffing levels and ensuring that firefighters have the equipment that they need to do their job and protect themselves. That's why programs like the Assistance to Firefighter Grant Program and the SAFER Grant Program are so important, and we'll keep fighting for their reauthorizations and additional investment year after year after year. Now, California, I know I mentioned wildfire a couple times already, and I think it's worth noting because it's not just California, but the nature of wildfire season, which isn't wildfire season anymore. It seems to be all year round. Wildfires seem to be getting bigger, more frequent, more destructive, and more unpredictable. But working together, we're going to, again, provide the research, the tools to try to prevent them when we can, better tackle them when we can, and work with communities to rebuild. There's a lot on our plates, folks, but nothing that we can't handle if we continue to work together. So from my time at the City of Los Angeles, my time at the state capitol in California, to my time here in the United States Senate, I'm proud to have been not just a friend of firefighters and a reliable vote, but an ally and your champion in the Capitol. So thank you for all that you do. Thank you again for having me. Enjoy the rest of your week, and I'll see you all in the Capitol tomorrow.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you for your steadfast support. Over the past decade, Senator Deb Fischer has been a leader on some of the most important health challenges facing firefighters. She was the lead Republican sponsor on the Firefighter Cancer Registry Act to help researchers better understand the link between firefighting and cancer. She has also led efforts in the Senate to expand behavioral health resources for firefighters and emergency medical workers. Most recently, Senator Fischer used her position on the Senate Armed Services Committee to help ensure the Honor Act became law as part of the National Defense Authorization Act. Deb brings a common-sense approach to politics and has never hesitated to stand with the firefighters when these issues come before Congress. Firefighters in Nebraska and across the country are lucky to have her in our corner. Please join me in welcoming Senator Deb Fischer. Senator, thank you so much for being here. Great to see you. Thanks for being here. Thanks for all your boost on this. Thank you very much. Thank you for your help,
See you. I
cannot see anyone with these lights. But it is wonderful to be here with you this morning and have the opportunity to thank you for everything that you do. It's great to look out and see so many of our first responders, including my guys from Nebraska. Wave. You came a long way to be here, and I want you to know how much your presence means, not just the guys from Nebraska, but all of you across the country. It says that in addition to the people that you serve at home, you also care about shaping the policy that affects every firefighter and first responder across this country. So thank you. Thanks for making the trip, and thank you for your tireless advocacy to keep our communities safe. Before I get into the specifics of what we've been working on in Congress, I do want to thank you for what you do every single day. You'll hear that from everyone here, and it is heartfelt. It is not just something that we say. It is heartfelt. From battling wildfires that stretch across thousands of acres to rushing into a burning house when everybody else is rushing out, you put your lives on the line without hesitation. When the worst moments of someone's life arrives, you show up. That kind of sacrifice deserves sustained action from the people that you send to Washington, and that's exactly what I strive to deliver. One of the most important issues that I've been working on is the mental health crisis that's facing America's first responders. This is a subject that has long lived in the shadows. We talk a lot about the dangers that physically happen to our firefighters. We talk about the cancer risks. We talk about the falls. We talk about burns. But we don't talk nearly enough about what happens inside the minds of the men and women who witness tragedy day after day, year after year. The data is stark. First responders experience depression and post-traumatic stress disorder at rates that are far higher than the general population. Too often, those struggles go unaddressed because the culture of service, it can make it hard to ask for help. And when that burden becomes too heavy to carry, the consequences can be devastating. And that's why for years now, I've partnered with my colleague, Senator Rosen from Nevada, to push the HERO Act. This bill directly addresses the mental health crisis among firefighters and first responders. First, it would task the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention with systematically collecting the data on suicide incidents among our emergency responders. And that data then will give us the foundation to understand the scale of this crisis, identify the risk factors, and research prevention strategies that actually work. Additionally, the HERO Act creates a grant program to enhance peer support, behavioral health and wellness programs at fire stations and EMS agencies. We know that peer support matters because when a firefighter is struggling, they're often more likely to open up to someone who's worn the same gear, walked into the same burning buildings, and understands what that experience does to a person. And this bill, the HERO Act, would invest in that model. I am especially grateful to you, the International Association of Firefighters, for endorsing and advocating for this legislation over the years. And I'm pleased to tell you that Senator Rosen and myself, we're going to introduce it again soon. So advocate for it tomorrow. We're going to keep pushing. And I know you guys push pretty hard yourselves. Nebraskans come to my office. Hey, guys. Checking to see if they're still awake. Congress has also enacted $24.5 million for the CDC's National Violent Death Reporting System. And that includes the Public Safety Officer Suicide Reporting Module. The module specifically improves how we collect the data on suicides among first responders, including firefighters. And that represents real people, real families, real communities. And it's our obligation to understand and to respond to what is happening in the lives of our heroes. Congress also secured $1 million increase for a total of $6.5 million appropriated for the CDC's National Firefighter Cancer Registry. And that is one of the greatest health risks that are facing our firefighters: the toxic smoke, the chemicals in burning structures. All that exposure takes a toll that sometimes doesn't show up until years later. So tracking that data, funding that research is how we begin to protect the next generation of firefighters. As the #2 Republican on the Senate Armed Services Committee, I am also particularly proud of another piece of legislation that we were able to get across the finish line: the Honoring Our Fallen Heroes Act, which I co-sponsored and which was included in the final National Defense Authorization Act.
Thank you.
Thank you. This bill expanded access to federal support for the families of our firefighters and first responders who passed away from cancer during their service. When someone gives their life to public service, their family deserves to know that this country has their back. The Honoring Our Fallen Heroes Act says exactly that. As a member of the Senate Appropriations Committee, I prioritize listening to the firefighters in Nebraska's localities who know what each station needs. And this helps me ensure that our federal funding bills actually invest in projects that our communities need to improve daily life. And this year, I am really proud to report that I secured over $7.3 million in federal funding to replace the aerial ladder fire trucks, upgrade fire hall facilities, and upgrade emergency communications equipment in counties across my state. You all know that this infrastructure and gear can truly make a difference between life and death in an emergency. And that's what solid federal investment should look like. Not the bureaucratic programs designed in Washington by people who have never set foot in a fire station. Real investment starts with listening to the people who actually do the work. And then we need to fund practical solutions that improve daily life and that keep our firefighters safe. Please know that I will keep showing up for you as you always show up for us. I'll keep fighting for the HERO Act. I'll keep fighting for the cancer research funding and mental health support. And I will keep listening to what Nebraska fire stations need and going to bat for them and for all of you in the United States Senate. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much, Senator. We're now going to take a lunch break until 3 p.m. And then we'll be back in this room for staff presentations on priority resolutions. All right, thank you, everybody. See you at 3.